Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there, exactly as that guy just said, exactly right there. Since he was born, and now that he's getting old, and whatever it is that I said after that. So I endorse that wholeheartedly. I concur with my friend of the Igbotic Orchestra from Ikolobia. So the Igbotic Orchestra from Ekolobia, good afternoon to you all and hope you're having a wonderful day. So we're continuing with our snapshot little afternoon sessions. Apologies I couldn't come out yesterday. It was for reasons of sleep. I just fell asleep and I thought, okay, if I'm falling asleep, then I am asleep. You know, it's not, I'm not getting paid, so it's not as though there's any obligation to. But no, so we have an afternoon session this time around. Just to touch base with the goings on within the Nigerian political space. Ayo Fayose, he had a big interview with Arise TV. So we'll be reacting to that interview momentarily. But before we get to anything, can you please click on the like button if you haven't done that already? Click on like. It's for reasons of our YouTube algorithm. So you clicking on like, that triggers the YouTube algorithm, and then it expands the reach of the platform so that we can gather more audience. So click on like. And the same argument applies to the subscription as well. So click on subscribe as well. In the course of this session, we're looking to gain a minimum of 100 new subscribers. So you'll be one of those subscribers that sets us on our way. If you're listening in Watchback, please still do that. Like and subscribe is the sum total of all that. So like and subscribe. So click on like, click on subscribe, copy the URL and share the links in all of your WhatsApp spaces, all of those funky spaces that you go to on social media. Share the links just as widely as you can. Come join me on the platform via the hyperlink that says StreamYard and super chat towards the stream if you feel that way inclined. But especially like, share, and subscribe. Those are the main go-tos. Those are what I'm holding you hostage to. So like, share, and subscribe. So as I said, we'll be reacting to the Fayose narrative. So without further ado, let's kick it off. So this was Ayo Fayose appearing on Charles's program on Arise TV, and this is what transpired. So we pick it up from here.
Mention the word crisis within the political terrain, and one party state readily comes to mind. It used to be Nigeria's ruling party, even touted as the biggest in sub-Saharan Africa. Then the PDP became the nation's main opposition party. But right now, it is no longer at ease within the People's Democratic Party, and things have really fallen apart. In this no-holds-barred interview, I had an exclusive chat with PDP chieftain, former governor of Ekiti State and seasoned politician Ayo Fayose. He bared his mind on the PDP crisis, the tussle between Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara in Rivers State, and why Peter Obi is the man to watch in the build-up to the 2027 presidential election, amongst other issues. So sit back and watch our exclusive chat with Chief Ayo Fayose here on The Morning Show. Oh, good to see you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us on our Rice News. Thank you.
Actually, it is quite impressive that Ayo Fayose has still maintained his political relevance even after all these years. So I think there's been two succeeding governors since he was last governor of Ekiti State, and he still very much remains in the front line of Nigerian politics. So that by in and of itself, quite impressive.
Thank you very much for joining us on Arise News, Chief Ayo Fayose, the Akpesin of Ado Ekiti, the Oshokomole of Nigerian politics.
Thank you very much.
Well,
why is he wearing military fatigue, by the way? I thought it was illegal to wear military fatigues in Nigeria.
Your Excellency, many developments in the country.
And how long does that, Your Excellency, last? So, like I said, this guy has been out of power for 2 cycles now. So, when does it go from Your Excellency to Mr.? You know, Nigerians like these differential appellations, Your Excellency, Alhaji, Chief Professor, Doctor, etc., etc. We all like all these long-winded are meaningless titles. What is excellent about Ayo Fayose that somebody of the status and stature of Reuben Abati is calling him Excellency?
One of it is the latest development in Rivers State with the threat that Governor Sim Fubara will be impeached. This is the third time that is receiving that threat.
No, that's the second time.
Oh, well, the papers reported third time.
Okay.
That, attempts have been made repeatedly to impeach him. And now he has survived so far. We don't know what will happen this time around. But you've been quoted in the media saying that he will need fasting and prayers to be able to survive. This is not a spiritual thing.
So fasting and prayers is to say that there's an inevitability to Fubara being removed as the governor of Rivers State. And Fubara being removed or retained as the governor of Rivers State, by the way, is nothing to do with Fubara. He has no influence over the circumstances of his future. Fubara has no political base. He has no political power. He has no reach. He doesn't control that state. He doesn't control the state assembly. He controls nothing outside of sitting on that seat. So if Wike wants him out and Tinubu doesn't stand in the way of Wike, Wike will have him removed at the shortest possible window. So that is the lack of, when they talk about a lame dog, Fubara, to all intents and purposes, in fact, in actual fact, is a lame dog governor.
This is just a political conflict between specifically a godfather and a grandson, between the executive and the legislature. What has prayers and fasting got to do with the destiny, political destiny of Governor Fubara?
Well, I'm not from Rivers, but there's no hiding that Governor Wike is my friend, and there's no hiding that I know Governor Fubara. I relate with him in the early part of his administration before the emergency rule. And again, it is public knowledge that I was a former governor for about 8 years, and I was equally impeached, rightly or wrongly, until the Supreme Court vacated the impeachment.
You were impeached 2006, you were reinstated 2014.
2014, exactly. So, but more to it was the pronouncement of the Supreme Court that the process was, but the whole thing didn't follow the due process. And that cleared me of that impeachment. But I was impeached, I was removed.
You know, sometimes I wonder if some of these personalities should be interviewed in their native language. You can see that Ayo Fayose, it doesn't have the full expression of his thoughts in a secondary language. So maybe they should have done it would have had more depth and nuance if they interviewed him in Yoruba, which is his comfort zone. But it's like a fish out of water flapping around with the English language.
And I went to exile. But to the glory of God, I came back, like you said, in 2014. Now, let me take you back to when Governor Fubara became governor. They had a dinner for him. I was at his swearing-in ceremony. Then we went for Governor Wike's dinner or lunch to say goodbye, Wike, as governor. And we went for Governor Fubara's dinner to say welcome, Mr. Governor. You recall there that I came out. I had a short speech. But before that short speech, I told Governor Wike, it's important to reinforce certain things to the hearings of Governor Fubara, going by the trend of ingratitude.
We all remember that clip, of course. I'll try and find it actually and play it to you if I can find it in the course of this session. Let me actually find it. I'll play it to you now, actually, but we'll listen on and I'll look for that clip where Fayose told Fubara pointedly that, look, may God not find you the trouble of Wike. And Fubara just chuckled. He didn't quite understand what Fayose was meaning then, but I think he fully understands now.
betrayal of trust, people forgetting so soon. Oh, he said no, Governor Wike said, oh no, Fubara cannot do that. Don't worry yourself, don't say nothing. I said, but I can still wish the people well. I can wish him well. I said, okay, I'll give you only 5 minutes. They will give you 5 minutes. So I came and I said there, Your Excellency, Governor Fubara, you are here by the grace of your brother, the former governor. And today you are Governor of Rivers State. And I was able to remind him that it's better for you to seal all your windows because patronizers will soon come. People who lead people astray will soon come. Seal your door. Don't wait for people to come and say things to your ears that will destroy your relationship in the first 4 years and ultimately for 8 years. But if you open these doors, you begin to see spirits. And don't follow a trend and fight with Wike, because if you do so, by Wike's antecedent, these problems will continue indefinitely. So I admonished him, because it is quick to forget what life is all about. Governor, the office of a governor, I was a different person at the first tenure. I was a different person at the second tenure. The youthful exuberance, forgetting yourself can put you into so many issues. People who are not part of the training of a lady will come and influence the life of a lady and destroy it, like I said on some platforms. So let me tell you, that was prophetic, because that happened not too long after. And it became an issue between Governor Wike and Governor Fubara that led to his removal. That is spiritual. It doesn't have to be said it's spiritual, but it's an advance warning. So also, my telling him that there's a window, there's ample opportunity for you to close this and solve this problem. The price for peace is cheaper than the consequences of war. If you don't do it, it will only be left in the hands of God. Because you can't take away the powers of the House of Assembly. During my first tenure, I inherited the House of Assembly of the APC in Ekiti, because our election is the off-season election. It was a tough experience. They would have taken me out the second time. I had to use wisdom, carrot and stick. I had to manage everybody for me to survive. So that's what I meant by that.
Okay, it's good that you acknowledge that you are the friend of Governor,
Very true.
Governor, now Minister Wike,
yes,
which is more or less saying, well, you know, you are on Wike's side in this conflict. Because
no, I'm not on Wike's side on this conflict. Let me take exception to that. I'm an insider, so to speak. I mean, I'm an insider. I was in Dubai for a surgery about a year and a half or two, about 2 years ago, when this incident happened and the assembly was brought down. The first person I called was Governor Fubara. I was on my sickbed. I said, Your Excellency.
You know, I really hate the way this, and this is especially to Arise TV. I'm not even going to say Nigerian media. I'll say Arise TV specifically, because I've noticed this as something within them. The way they try to redirect the thoughts of whoever their guest is to lean towards their own political biases. That lady Ayo something, you know, the lady Ayo, the lady from the South, she stands especially accused of that, but they all do it on Arise TV. The guy said something, and then you reinterpret his words to lean towards your own political biases or your own agenda. Arise TV does that a lot, which is you know, which is it's not good for journalism anyway.
What's going on here? Because my brother, when you know the early lives of a young woman, you know how to appreciate the woman when she gets older. Let me tell you, I asked Governor Fubara. I said, I heard you saying, it's my Oga that is causing the problem. I said, which Oga? Which Oga? We didn't have what time to what time? You are barely in office for 6 months. Can't you tolerate this, your Oga? Which goes back to the warning I gave. the admonition, so don't let me say warning. So what I'm saying to you is I'm not on the side of anybody. Yes, I've said that I'm Wike's friend. Here, if you ask me anything Wike is wrong, I will say it to him privately. And when you ask touching questions, I will have to say it publicly.
Okay, is Wike wrong? Because the bone of contention is Governor Wike saying that, look, even to Ajibola Basiru, the National Secretary of the APC, that Rivers State is a no-go area. Anybody that comes to Rivers will get his hands burnt.
You know, you cannot argue that Wike is wrong. You cannot really make that argument. There's this song that Wike used to sing at the start of this conflict between him and Fubara. He used to sing this song, agreement na agreement yo, agreement na agreement yo. So that is to tell you then that Wike, because Wike single-handed, he picked this guy and gave him that governorship. Fubara had no political presence. He has no political cachet. It's nothing to do with politics. It's just a functionary. I think he actually worked in the accounts department of the Wike administration. So Wike single-handedly picked this guy to make him governor on the understanding that you're just a placeholder, steal your own little money, but don't reach beyond your breaches. Just stay there and hold that space, because I'll be needing that space for politics to come. So that was the agreement between Wike and Fubara. But as soon as, and we see this quite often, actually, we saw this between Fashola and Tinubu back in those days, when Fashola when Tinubu put Fashola in situation, and Fashola started to have ideas beyond these breaches, and Tinubu quickly had to clip his wings. Ditto Ambode as well. So this is a known phenomenon within the Nigerian political dynamism. When a godfather places all these people in power, and because of the vestige of the constitutions that empower so much a state governor, so suddenly they think they're the be all and end all, and then they want to then sideswipe and step aside their godfather. So we saw that in Lagos, and that was essentially the agreement between Fubara and Wike. So you cannot really blame Wike, because of course they had a standing agreement, which Fubara was attempting to renege on. So just sit there quietly, steal your own little money, and get out when I tell you that your time is up. That's essentially what the relationship is.
And that he is the Lord and Master of Rivers State, and that the Rainbow Coalition will put everybody in all positions, and that Fubara will be removed, whether he likes it or not. The witch cried last night. The baby died this morning. Yes. So you have Minister Wike, FCT minister, instead of concentrating on that. He's going from door to door, clan to clan, bedroom to bedroom, saying that I'm in charge here. And he's campaigning for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
May I say this to you and to Nigerians? There's always a beginning. You brought up, like an example I have given, you brought up your child. In God's fair, you trained him, gone to school, had the best of all, and somebody says, I want to marry this girl. Others are saying, she's this beautiful girl. She's that. The credit goes to you. If you have left that girl rotting, ordinary carpenters and people who have no capacity will be chasing her.
So a man who wants to marry must have capacity.
You must have capacity at different levels of life. Life is about level by level. God has graduated this life like a pyramid. You are some Ashwaji is up there, the governors, the ministers, everybody is at the level. You can't tell me, majority of times, you can't tell me a man who is down the ladder wants to marry a queen somewhere. They will tell you don't have the capacity. So let's go back to the issues. Everybody must have helped everybody in life. But God in himself, God says, I hate ingratitude. I will only fight with what I have left. You can't sack Wike from Rivers politics. I'm not supposed to say what I want to say to you now, and I will say it to you. It's about Ekiti politics. I was in this house in this house 3 years ago. The current governor of Ekiti is of the APC extraction. I am of the PDP. He came to this house. He said, "To you." And I said, "You are welcome, Your Excellency." He came here and sat on the chair and said, "Your Excellency, I want to beg of you. I want you to come to my support and my aid. I want you to stand by me in this government." I didn't go to him. He's the governor. He deserves all honor. I didn't go to him with all due respect. And he said to me, I go around the state. Everywhere I go, they will say, "Bow, bow, bow," which is his pet name. And when 2, 3 people say bow, 7 will say, "Oh, Shoko, 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 Shoko," which is my own pet name. Which to him, I still have hands and legs everywhere in the state. Yes, I'm no more the governor, but that is a line of wisdom. That's a part of wisdom. I was taken off my feet. And I said to him, "Whoever has taught you this, has taught you the right thing. And if it's the leading of God, you are well led. I will give my support to you." That's why you see, when the governor was having issues in APC, I stood my ground. I went to Asiwaju. I told Asiwaju, "This is the man that can win election. The governor is doing well." My own position.
The thing about Fayose is that there's a lot of self-aggrandizement. He has no chill. That's one of the biggest issues with Ayo Fayose. And I'm saying that off the back of that skirmish that he had with Obasanjo just a couple of months ago, when he did this long essay, just because Obasanjo joked with him during his birthday party, Ayo Fayose's birthday party, just because Obasanjo threw a few jibes. Obasanjo throws jibes at everyone, and we all accept and accommodate him for that. But he didn't quite understand the frisson, the essence of that moment, and he took personal slides because he's so wrapped up in his own sense of self-importance. And he then wrote this long epistle in the newspapers, lambasting Obasanjo. So the guy has no chill, and he's too up his own arse.
It's clear. Fubara, my governor, all of them got their strength from other people. Then let me go back to my governor too. Like I said, there are a lot brewing between Godfather, Godson in most states. But it is wisdom that makes the sitting governor remember that I am the governor, I'm the father of the state. Look at Kogi. Why are we not having issues in Kogi? Why is Governor Kogi being very humble?
The governor of Kogi is the worst yet of all of a bad bunch. It's the worst yet. I think his name is Ododo. Not a lot of people would know that because it's of no impact or of no significance. It's entirely and in totality a lapdog of Yahaya Bello. Do you remember when the EFCC was chasing Yahaya Bello up and down? This guy was using the immunity of his office to shield Yahaya Bello from the EFCC. So, the godfatherism is, godfatherism is not a bad thing in politics, by the way, because that godfatherism, it has somewhat of a negative connotation. But if you reward it and describe it instead as a succession plan, then that leads you to the positivity of it, because godfatherism, as we describe it in Nigerian politics, is nothing more than a succession plan. And a good model of that is Lagos State. Lagos State has a master plan, which they all agreed on. The person that orchestrates that master plan is your President Tinubu, and he picks the next person to carry on with that succession plan. And because Tinubu godfathers Lagos politics, you can see the growth and development of Lagos State sticking to a particular master plan that grows and expands that state. So godfatherism is not necessarily a bad thing, but it depends on who the godfather is. So the converse example, the negative example, is the sort of godfatherism that we're seeing in Kogi State, where Yahaya Bello, a brainless half-wit with a very low IQ, is puppet mastering a state that is resource rich, and then some didiris put some retard as the governor there. So that is a terrible example of godfatherism. But still on that godfatherism theme, what Tinubu has done in Lagos, a lot of people are trying to recreate it in their states, but with very little success. Peter Obi tried it in Anambra State because, of course, Peter Obi handpicked Willie Obiano to be the governor of that state, but Willie Obiano outmaneuvered him. Aregbesola is trying it in Osun State, but it doesn't have the power or potency to take charge of Osun State. What's his name? Yahaya Bello, as we said, he's doing it in Kogi State, but we can see the results. So having a godfather, having a puppet master is not necessarily a bad thing, but it depends on the power and agenda and the mental capacity of that godfather. All of the examples tell us that.
Whatever you say about Yahaya Bello, he doesn't want to hear it. Whatever anybody comes to say to him about, he remembered the day Yahaya Bello gave him that platform. And I told my governor, whatever Governor Fayemi must have done to you, or whatever way you feel, don't worry about that. Remember the day he gave you that platform. Don't say ill of him. Cooperate with him. And he thanked me for such advice. Okay. If it were other people, they take advantage of the situation.
Chief, what I'm hearing is that you are saying godfatherism in Nigerian politics is not something we can ever discount.
No, you can't.
However, in Rivers State, Governor Sim Fubara has the support of the people. The elders, the young people, they are saying that Minister Wike should allow him to function. After all, he enjoyed.
I'm not sure that Fubara has the support of the young people or the elders, as Ruben Abati describes. The elders, the people that support Fubara are bought and paid for people, or people with a partisan gripe, with a partisan angst against the overarching of Wike's power in River State. So Fubara doesn't have the support of anybody. If you look at the character supporting Fubara, essentially, you have people like Tony Cole, who we all know what his politics is. You have people like Rotimi Amechi, who we all know what his politics is. And some of those long-heart elders in River State, we know that there are Jeep elders, any government in power elders, and the youths that you may suggest support Fubara. If you look into their bank accounts, you will see fresh, newly arrived dollar notes in there. So these are bought and paid for people. But in terms of the powers that move the politics of River State, Fubara has no single support. The State Assembly, as we all know, they want him out. This is their third go at impeaching him, and it doesn't have the political reach to win an election or to curry support. That state, River State, it belongs to Yemsin Wike, and it is important that Yemsin Wike holds on to it because that is where his political relevance is. If Yemsin Wike loses River State, then he will very, very quickly lose his position as FCT minister, and he will go to political oblivion like the Sule Lamidos and Aliyu Babangidas, all these names of you that we've long forgotten. So very, very important that Wike holds on to that state because that is where his political potency is.
His own 2 terms in office. Now he's in Abuja. He should concentrate on his work in Abuja. Now this controversy over who is 001 in Rivers State. The party, the chairman of the APC, Nentawe, and also Senator Ajibola Bashiru have both said it is Fubara who is the leader of the party. And then Governor Wike, Minister Wike says, no, he cannot be the leader of the party. That Wike is the leader. Who is the leader?
Let me say to you, there's what we call a nomenclature.
Forget nomenclature, level, yeah. But on this particular matter, you may well want to go with Fubara because the number one citizen of any political party in that state is their preeminent candidate in that state. So for the opposition party, for instance, the the ticket bearer for whichever governorship election that probably fought and lost, he has to be deferred to as the leader of the political movement there. But more importantly, if you have an incumbent governor, then that governor, by virtue of being the #1 citizen of that state, is also the #1 agent of that political party. So that's one. And then also, I'm not quite sure what Wike's fight is. Wike is not an APC member to my recollection, and Fubara is an APC member. So why is he going to somebody else's house to fight over who the landlord is?
When I was governor, when I'm coming, the traditional rulers, the leaders of thought, people that matter in the state, they get up. Fayose is coming. The governor is coming. They rise up and say the governor is here. And nothing is called to order except the governor is seated. Yes, that is the office. There's a difference between the office and 001. What brought about the 001? Who gave you the platform to be calling yourself 001? Who gave me the platform if it's not my dad from day one?
And by the way, Fubara putting out the public note that is the 001 of APC in Rivers State, because it was Fubara that put it out, that is the 001, the #1 citizen of the #1 APC person in Rivers State. When he put out that notice, he did that essentially to poke and prod at Wike. So it was a jibe in Wike's direction because he needn't have done that. There was no need for him to do that, but he did that then to poke and prod at Wike and to serve notice then that the APC now, he has wider influence and reach within that space. So he invited that fight by putting out that notice.
It is a sad narrative for Governor Fubara to be struggling. It will be a sad story for my governor to be fighting fire me all the streets. No. Rather, he should manage the situation. You see, Ekiti people said, those who give you life are the fathers of those who give you money. Those who give you life, the person that prevents you from dying, is the father of the person that gave you wealth. Because if you have no life in the first instance, wealth will not come. Nobody will recognize. Who is Governor Fubara? I respect him as my governor. I said, I respect him as a governor. Sir, a governor goes before people and prostrate. I go to a wish palace.
And by the way, can people please like and subscribe? We need numbers going up. So if you haven't done that already, then please do that. Like and subscribe. Very, very important for the expansion of the conversation so that we can reach a wider audience and have a richer and deeper conversation. And then, of course, if you want to be a participant as well, there's a link in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on that, it brings you into a studio space as he has now brought in now the majestic Alexander Gomez, the godfather. You know, I say godfatherism does work. So the godfather of this platform, of course, no other than the entity, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Good to see you.
Igbo people say, good
Salam
morning.
alaikum.
One man, how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Thank you. I'm just calling to say hello to everybody. I've been following this Chimanda thing, and I heard Dr. Simba. He did an amazing job on his analysis. But I hear he's a pediatrician, so that's his area of specialization, isn't it? I wonder why Adama didn't play a role, because she's an anesthetist, isn't she? That's what I heard, right?
Yes, there might be. I'll speak to you privately. There are things you may not know that probably want to bring to your attention. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I was having a personal conversation with one of your topmost contributor on your platform, or hitherto contributor. Propofol is a very powerful sedative. I'm not sure. I'm not a anesthetist, but I'm not sure it's the right sedative to give a 2-year-old or sedative to give a 2-year-old child. I think that child must have been. I don't want to start giving medical analysis on a platform because that'll be unethical. But I think that child was suffering from cerebral meningitis. That's my conclusion as an expert in this profession. For them to be taking the kind of testing they were trying to conduct gives me the impression that that it might have been cerebral meningitis, which is a fatal ailment. So that's what I think about that. I'm sorry she had to lose a child. That's heartbreaking.
It's always sad when that happens. There is no, and you can understand somewhat how lashing out with just the rawness and the heavy hit of the emotions of that. There is nothing worse for a woman than to lose a child, by my reckoning. I'm not a woman, but I cannot imagine anything worse for a woman than to lose a child.
No, there's nothing worse than a parent losing a child.
Yes.
Maybe, it's not a good feeling at all. But I called in, and I also was concerned, and I supported Simba. He's an expert. I don't understand how some people can refer to an anesthetist as a technician. It's when you have what's her name? What's the name? The lady.
Choma.
No, not Choma. The other lady. I don't know why I forgot her name now. When you, she's always,
Zita.
Zita. She's always saying this is an international platform, and it's true. Consequently, when you are educated and you come across half-baked coming to a platform to say that anesthetists are the highest paid physicians in America, just below a surgeon. The kind of money they make 7 figures easily because it's a very demanding profession. I think your anesthetists in England are not quite medical doctors, but in America, they are medical doctors. You could have technicians who are anesthetists in England, because I know people like that in England. But over here is an area of specialization that attracts a lot of money in terms of wages. So those are the kind of things I wanted to point out. I felt embarrassed listening to some of the conversation.
There are certain elements of the narrative, Alexander, that may not be in the discussions. Because the clinic, Eurocare, they've come out with a statement. Of course, they have to be very guarded and very deliberate in how they word it, because the weight of opinion is completely against them. Chimamanda won the darling of the country and international supers, all of that. So the sympathy of the country is with her, and the weight of the backlash is against them. So they have to be very guarded in how they craft their response. But what they did say was that child had 2 cycles of treatment before then coming to them. So that wasn't known publicly, but the narrative Chimamanda put out was that it started off as a common cold, and then they suspected an infection, took him to a hospital who referred him there. So if they are telling us then that it has already 2 cycles of treatment, then that is to tell you that it's a more complex, more complicated. So she didn't put that out.
And that's why my conclusion will be the child has cerebral meningitis, and you can mark that down, because cerebral meningitis would start like a flu, like a cold, but it's cerebral, so it's in the brain, and it's fatal. For this child to have lost his life like that, it might be an overdose of propofol, which was what killed Michael Jackson. I don't know. I don't want to be a medical doctor online because it would be unethical for me to do that. But that is what I'm suspecting. That was what happened. I'm sorry she lost her son. We know our medical industry in Nigeria is not what it was in the 60s, where Arabs used to come to the University of Ibadan for treatment. We've lost that, and our standard and our level of education It's not quite what it was in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, and early 80s. But we still have some very good doctors in Nigeria. Some of the best doctors in the world are still in Nigeria. Let me give you an example. And the guy was my neighbor in Sugar Land, Texas. The guy that operated on a fetal and put the fetal back in the mother's womb, and the child was born healthy and hearty. He's now the medical doctor in the medical director in Cleveland Clinic, which is one of the best hospitals in the world. He was trained at University of Ife, but he's from the school of the 70s, early 80s. So we still have some of the best doctors in the world. So I don't know. I don't want us to look at our medical doctors as incompetent, because some of them are world-class doctors. But we also have, according to Chama, which is very true, we still have some quack doctors, and we still have doctors who go around as doctors. Let me give you an example before I go. This is very important. When I was young, I will say this. This is very important. When I was young, when I went back to Nigeria.
What do you mean when you were young? You still
when
are.
When I was younger.
You're barely 18. Yes.
When I was younger, in my teenage years, my mom, because she was a woman of status, she hired what you would call a house help for each and every one of our children. So I had one, but I was very close to him. Very close to her. She was from a place called Ikpokia. Ikpokia is Ogun State. Is you call them Yewa now. And I was very close to her, very, very close to her. Fast forward 30, 40 years. I got in touch with her recently. When I said recent, I said a year ago. And I developed a relationship because she was more like a mother to me, because I mean, this woman was amazing to me. But she had high blood pressure and she had medical issues, and I was managing it over the phone. And unfortunately, one day she was panting, and then they went to call a quack nurse who injected her and killed her in the process. This only happened about 6 months ago. And I asked her, who gave you the right? What gave you the right to inject this woman? What do you have the expertise? No, but that's what we do. That's what Chioma was trying to refer to. You do have some quack doctors and nurses in Nigeria, but overall, we still have some world-class doctors. I'm sorry,
Alexander. There's an even famous example of that as well. There's this artist now deceased called Mohbad, who had some sort of thing, and then they went to call this quack nurse, who just injected him with whatever. And that was the end of Solomon Grundy. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sorry she lost her life. But she's very educated. She needs to do what she's doing with a lot of class. But like according to Baba, when you lose
she has
a child,
now instituted a legal suit, which brings money into it.
I don't think she's instituting the legal suit because of money. I think it's just to prove a point. But let's find out, according to Zita, let's find out what the doctors from the hospital will say, and then we'll do a critical analysis as medical experts and see what went wrong and all that. But I don't want to be ahead of myself. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I just called it. I'm sorry she went through what she went through. I would have wanted an anesthetist. She says she is. Adama would have been able to tell us, but now I'm hearing something else. I don't know what's going on there. But let's talk about that later, woman. And thank you for having me, okay?
All right, a real delight. Don't let there be that much of a gap in between in the future.
Thank you.
The godfather of the One Man Went to More platform, Alexander Gomez. So that was Alexander Gomez. So that was just an intermission, just to because a lot of people watch these things and watch back because and by the way, can people please make sure that they're liking and subscribing? The numbers are not going up, and we do need the numbers to go up. So please like and subscribe. So a lot of people watch our streams in our playback because usually we are streaming round about 1 a.m. in the morning UK time, which will be 2 a.m. in the morning Nigerian time. A lot of people already fast asleep. It's only really the people in the Western Hemisphere that join us. So that's Alexander Gomez right there, referencing sessions that we did a day or two ago. So that the conversation never stops. But we go back to Ayo Fayose, who still thinks that he has the potency to describe the inner workings of Nigerian politics.
I prostrate. I go to a certain place, I prostrate. What does it take away from me? Even if Wike is saying he's the leader, it's not to the Governor Fubara to be contesting that. We all know the truth. You don't know Fubara 3 years ago. You never heard of a Fubara 3 years ago. Please, like I said, I was supporting Austin Okpara. I was Austin Okpara's person. And I was just by Governor Wike to mold his opinion to support Austin Okpara. Towards the time of the election, in the car, when I was asking a pertinent question, who is the candidate? Who will be the candidate? Governor Wike told me, Fayose, I know where you belong. I know where you belong, and I'm not going that way. I'm going to Fubara. I never knew Fubara. I don't know who he is. Let us call a spade a spade. The moment Adam, in the Garden of Eden, realizes that he was naked, he became permanently naked till today. God made Adam in nakedness. We were given birth to in nakedness. The moment we begin to realize we're important, I am the governor. Who is the governor? A governor is a creation of some people. It's a creation and influence on some people, which is the major influence at the coming of.
Well, where does this leave the people of Rivers State? People who voted. This is a democracy.
You said they should wait for another part of time.
You know, that's the most relevant question in the all of this narrative around this Fubara Wike something. Where is the people of Rivers State in this narrative? Because for all that we have been hearing about Fubara since he became governor, we've not yet heard of any impact developmentally in Rivers State. All we ever hear is internal fighting between him and Wike, Tinubu feeling the need to suspend him and relieve him of his position, him being reinstated, crossing over to another party, and continuing to fight Wike. In the totality of the 2 and a bit years of Fubara's governorship of that state, I'm not quite sure that we have heard him yet call somebody to come and commission a project that is completed or anything meaningful or significant. So where are the people of River State in this now never-ending saga, Baba versus Pekin?
To vote. Americans has conceded their powers to Trump. Trump is using the powers today. You understand? For them to say a word about Trump, they should go back to an election. And may I say to you, the same people of Rivers State voted for that House of Assembly. They have transmitted their powers to that House of Assembly. And let me round that up for you to get it very clear. The people of Rivers State, as wonderful as they be and want to make a choice, I'm not here to come and tell you the people of Rivers are with Fubara or with Wike, but I will not tell you they're with Fubara. I won't tell you that. You understand, my brother? Wike has been going around, drawing crowd. Fubara has the resources of the state. Let him go around too. My brother, whatever people who have power of creation can have power of taking out. And to the House of Assembly, they have the mandate. No matter the narrative, take my words. The House of Assembly removed me in Ekiti. Whatsoever hand is behind it, that time it was Obasanjo's hand. It was a lot of elite hand, but they accomplished it. I was removed. I became history. I went to exile. If not for God, I wouldn't have been.
Okay, the papers are reporting that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has intervened. Now, he did the last time before the state of emergency.
All right, so this Tinubu's interceding is becoming quite a thing because it's a running battle. The moment Fubara signed on the dotted line to be the governor of Rivers State, is initiated that fight with Wike, and that fight for preeminence has been ongoing since. There's been several episodes in between, including Fubara threatening the oil pipelines in the country. That was why he was relieved of his governorship and all of that saga. Tinubu has spoken to them severally. He has suspended, reinstated Fubara, and now he's speaking to them again. So are we now at that point that Tinubu should just pick a winner and sacrifice the other one? You know, because these two elements are never going to get along. There's no room for any for peace or mitigation between Fubara and Wike. So Tinubu just need now to pick a winner and almost certainly pick Wike, and then they can just throw Fubara to the wolves. Just get him out of that state house and let him go and spend the rest of his life in the Supreme Court fighting for a mandate that was never his.
He intervened again after to ensure peace. Now he's having to call them again, Wike and Fubara, playing the role of the headmaster. Do you think that will make any difference and Fubara will survive this time around?
Let me tell you again. I want to advise Governor Fubara again. Please, Governor Fubara, I'm begging you, go and make amends and be at peace.
He has frustrated more than once.
Just wait a second.
To the same Minister Wike. How many times will he frustrate?
Your wife can equally tell you, sir. After I've said sorry to you. Is that an apology? My wife can tell me, I've said sorry to you now. How many times will I say sorry to you? Sir, there is a remorse and there is what we call in Yoruba, I'm saying it just for me to have peace, not because I want to show remorse. Listen, my brother, those people leading on Governor Fubara, if Governor Fubara goes...
In Yoruba, we call it Bajensimi.
Goes down today, they will run away. People that were saying I should fight back those days, they were not there when I was isolated and when I was alone. That's all I will say to you. The current situation, the president himself, that I know, hates ingratitude. The president that I know controls Lagos from the palms of his hands. The governor that I know, for instance, the speaker, was removed, impeached. Another setting, somebody else took over in Lagos State. The president, without saying a word, caused the system to restore that speaker because it's an affront to the president who's the leader here. You will tell me someone who is the leader of Lagos. Let him announce it. Let us hear him. Let Governor Sanwo-Olu come out and say, I'm the leader in Lagos. You see,
Sanwo-Olu can never describe himself as the leader in Lagos now. In fact, he knows it's not the leader. There's no human being alive that knows Nigerian politics that thinks Sanwo-Olu is either the leader of the governor of Lagos State. And a good example was during the last cycle of election. Did you see? It was literally, I'm not speaking metaphorically, I'm speaking literally. He was carrying the bags behind Tinubu as Tinubu was campaigning, and he was governor then. So Sanwo-Olu is not the governor of anywhere. It's just Omo Daddy staying at home playing landlord because Daddy is away.
To cause aesthetics, don't let it get into your head. And let me close by saying this. The emergency rule was all winning for Governor Fubara. By now, Governor Fubara will have been history. Because the moment you are impeached, you are out of the way. You can't contest. If you read the context of President Tinubu, he took the Governor Fubara to the cleaners. Excuse me, sir. It is time for Governor Fubara to learn. Learn the way I learned my lesson after my first tenure.
Okay, Chief Fayose.
And you see, let me explain to you. If the president calls them, will the president remove the office of the lawmaker?
I would love to invite this guy onto our platform, by the way. You know, we invite all these politicians. So if anybody has the reach to Fayose, to invite him, if you have his number, DM me it. I know the way, I know my way around to get these people to come on. If I'm only able to reach him, then I can bring him on. I would love to have him come and speak to you guys.
Would you say the lawmakers cannot do their assignment?
And sorry, by the way, can you please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. Please, guys, like and subscribe.
Save your soul. You can't treat... How would you be running a government without sending names of appropriate people for clearance with the House of Assembly? How would you be spending public funds, even if it's for photo trick? You're supposed to follow this process. These are masters of constitution. The constitution that gave the Rivers people power has given House of Assembly.
Yeah, but the same constitution, section 188 of 11, says that the House of Assembly, if they don't like the governor, they can just define anything as gross misconduct.
Who said that?
Whether it is true or not.
Constitution is binding on you and binding on me. I'm binding on Rivers people. That is the more reason why Governor Fubara, I'm saying it again, climbed down from his high horse, look for his brother, his leader, the man who was thoughtful enough to say, among all you brides, I will marry you. Come to the office of the governor.
Okay, Chief Fayose. Now, you said you are supporting Governor Yebamji of APC State. He belongs to the APC.
Correct.
You say you are also supporting President Tinubu.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not aware that you've declared for the APC.
No, I'm not.
No, have you declared for ADC?
I would never be.
Okay.
Let me just say this, and then we'll carry on again. A lot of the Yoruba voices in senior politics, they are in, the body of Esau, the hand of Jacob sort of a narrative. They are APC more than anything else. We've had Otumba Segun Showunmi twice on this platform, and his narrative is entirely in support of Tinubu, even though he's a stalwart and a chieftain of the PDP. Ayo Fayose, his narrative is entirely in support and in awe of Tinubu, even though he's a chieftain of the PDP. So what does that tell you? It's a narrative of blood is thicker than water. Tribe first is the narrative.
Okay, so which party do you belong to? Are you not guilty of anti-party conduct?
In the first instance, where is the PDP?
No, they expelled you. They have expelled you from the party.
Listen, you don't joke with. You can't expel Ayo Fayose, Wike, and all that. We equally expel them. The actions and inactions clearly states to you that the party is in trouble. You see, in the PDP,
that is their faction or their group that is recognized.
By who, sir?
They said your group, are you people are on your own?
As of today, has told the two sides. They did not take it for him. And let me equally tell you very quickly. Majority of the people that are calling me, calling Wike, calling them, they did this, they went to support. Are they not all did it? Even Atiku himself, all of them has abandoned the PDP. You understand? You can't build us on a faulty ground. You can't build house on the swamp. The party is already a swamp. How many? Let them call governors meeting.
No, a bit of the media chat with him. He said categorically that on the basis of his own personal principles, he will not go to the PDP. And I think it was after media chat that he will not go to the APC. It was after.
Go to APC.
Where will he go?
He will go to ADC. Because this PDP.
No, but he said
So let me bring up back we've got Kenny here as well, but we'll listen to Fayose, and then we'll get to Kenny to share his thoughts. The system kicked me out.
No, I says
Are we
there
back?
are matters in court that would need to be.
It's not resolved, and there's an election. What will happen, sir? People who did not participate in election will go to court, to go and take a mandate they did not participate in. Let's call a spade a spade. PDP is a cloth, new or old, turned into two halves, of no use to the two factions. We say God is coming. God will catch you. God is coming. The coming of God might not be 10 years old. The coming of recognition of a faction in PDP might not be another 1 year. God is coming. It's better for you to guide your life. And why did the governor should not wait for God is coming in PDP too?
Isn't something untidy about you saying you are still in PDP and then you are supporting the APC? Just the same thing that Minister Wike is doing. There's something untidy about it.
The coming in of Buhari became a very popular candidate that elders of this country took position on. Whatever he did in government is another story. It was a decision. Everybody accepted it at his coming. Both PDP, anybody, they fell in and supported him. Secondly, I have not shied away from supporting the president even when I was in office. I've visited him, and when I go there, it's public. I don't go by corner. When he had a knee surgery, I was there. You understand? So what I'm trying to tell you, don't forget I'm a party man. But above it all, I am a statesman. Decisions are made. In the advanced democracy in America, majority of the people don't agree with Trump's policies. The leaders come out and say, no, we disagree with your policy. They vote in parliament against the president. That is for you to know that they are statesmen beyond party politics. America first, Nigeria first, Ekiti first. I'm first from Ekiti before I could join politics.
Okay, what is your problem then with Seyi Makinde, governor for your state? I mean, you just said that I should write it down. He's going to go to the ADC. He has not said anything.
I never said, most things that I say in this country, they don't even happen in.
I think that's a political miscalculation. There is no permutation that permutates Governor Seyi Makinde joining the ADC. Seyi Makinde is a Yoruba nationalist. That's one. And Seyi Makinde also is a Tinubu agent within the PDP. Seyi Makinde is part of the three-dimensional chess that is being played by the Tinubu camp with the rest of Nigerian politics. Seyi Makinde, under no circumstances, goes to the ADC. Seyi Makinde will contend the PDP presidential ticket, which he may, because the PDP presidential ticket is between Seyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed. So either of them, they will just be placed fillers just to fulfill all righteousness of a PDP having a candidate. But Seyi Makinde, under no circumstances, will be joining the ADC. And you wanted to come in, Kenny?
Yeah. I just want to say, you are not listening to what Fayose is saying. There is no PDP. They have two factions, right? And they are in court. He said, Jesus Christ is coming. Nobody knows the time that Jesus Christ is coming. Nobody knows when the judge will make their own pronouncements on who is the right owner of the PDP right now. You understand? And the guy has admission. He needs to contest. He cannot go to APC because of a shame. You understand? So and he can't go to AD or SDP. So the only party for him to go to is ADC to go align with Atiku.
Yeah, but Seyi Makinde is not going to ADC to collect the presidential ticket now.
No. He's not going to collect the presidential ticket. He's going to collect as a senator. That's where it's going. It's not going to contest as
yeah, it can be a senator under the PDP now.
There is no PDP for this election.
There is
no
a PDP. Don't worry about that. There's a PDP now. Under whichever PDP, Seyi Makinde will be a member now. Either Wiki's faction or whichever.
Yeah, but see, they can be PDP on paper, but when it comes to election, there's no PDP. Look at Ekiti. Now, I know just you reject the candidate of PDP.
Wait, one man. Is Seyi going to PDP?
No, Seyi is in PDP now. Where else is he?
What I'm saying is, just this week, INEC just reject the candidacy of PDP candidates in Ekiti. So they cannot contest. They have no party to contest. So if you want to contest or you want to move forward in politics, you need to look for a party. You understand? So until the courts make pronouncement that okay, this faction is rightful owner of the PDP, or that faction is rightful of PDP, or they can come together and say, you know what, we settle our fight, we're no more fighting, we are now one body. Then they could not recognize that in that way they can now be able to vote for the party. But as of today, there's no PDP. There's just PDP on paper.
All right. Let's watch Fayose to the end, because he's still not spoken about Peter Obi, which is I will. And then we'll open it up. Thank you, Kenny. Stay with us.
The point I'm saying them, by the grace of God, to the glory of God, God has given me the grace. Whatever thing God opened my mouth and feel it, and I say they happen like that.
But you said Makinde, Governor Makinde, collected $50 billion or so. $50 billion naira. Naira, okay. But he said they gave him 30 million. And then the federal government gave him 30 million.
30 billion.
And
30 billion.
Is it 30 billion? Okay, 30 billion. And add on to the remaining 20 billion. And that the money was warehoused, waiting for the 20 billion to be released. And he has provided evidence that you lied against him.
Let us please get things straight. I never lied against Governor Makinde. In fact, they denied the first day. If I knew this question would come, I'll bring you the comments of the Oyo State government to say that they did not collect money from the federal government. They did not collect money from the federal government. It was when I provided an evidence, you understand, when they now came out and said, it's not 50, it is 30. And let me go a little further, sir. Have you seen somebody collecting money for 1.5 years and warehousing the money? It was a cheap blackmail on their part to tell people that Asiwaju did not give me the 20 billion. In the first place, that is within his prerogative, it's not his allocation. It is within the prerogative of a president. You see, this matter came up because Governor Makinde came to public TV and said, I demanded for a ministerial slot. I brought name to Asiwaju, the president, and he did not give me. He gave it to the current minister of power. And he's not going to be part of his second term. May I say to you, at that point, I came out. I said, your story is half said. You ought to equally say that, yes, the president did not give me the slot, but he helped my state with 50 billion, with 30 billion, depending on the one you are laying claim to. Sir, you can't tell lies about a president who has... Trump tells you that I will only service the state I want to service. He has said it over time. If you give me a problem, I will not come to your state. The president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, was magnanimous to support you out of intervention fund. You must be gracious and grateful for it as well. Then let me tell you, how can you warehouse money, 30 billion? The interest rate itself will have gone to about 4 billion. Say all the truths. They said they are going to publish the account where they warehoused it and then publish it. So I'm not going to come here and say things that are not. I've actually gone through the times. Governor Makinde was a guy that I love so much. I was the one that went to Gomosho.
You don't love him anymore?
No.
You are speaking in the past.
Yes, I'm talking.
He said was.
Where, sir? It was a guy.
You don't love him anymore?
No, I don't. That's the truth. I don't. You don't disrespect leaders. It doesn't matter who you are. We have had our times and we have left office. You will leave office in another 1 year. It's no big deal. I was the one who brought you the red pen in Ogomosho. I was the one who brought you the flag. And let me go a little further. It was Ladoja that was interested in the ticket. But we worked, because I was equally the only sitting Southwest governor like he is now at the time. Had a lot of influence. If I'd wanted to work against him, I would have. But I worked for him. Majority of the people that work for him, he has discarded them. Well, that's his own. I'm not from your state. But because of your question, let me equally say this to you. I saw a flyer who was saying that Governor Makinde wants to be president of Nigeria. And he came to my house here. And I said, Your Excellency, I saw a flyer going around. Are you contesting or what's going on? You know what he said to me? He said, oh, I should not mind those boys. They only want money. They are only doing that, not to his knowledge, and that he will not be used as a Yoruba man to contest against the president, Asiwaju. I say this in the honor and in the fear of God. That was what he told me. So when Shehu Okibalue brought talks about a Southerner and mentioning President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, mentioning Obi and mentioning Makinde, I said, don't run Makinde on the ground. Don't bring him to this. He has told me he's not contesting. I did that to honor him, to say that Makinde is the man of his words. For him to now come on public television and saying all that, it's very, very, it's not right.
Okay, Chief Fayose, let me ask you, the fear, across Nigeria is this fear of a one-party state, that the APC has now become so dominant. And it looks like the election has been won and lost already. Although some people say, look, it's the people that will decide. And it doesn't matter how many governors have joined the President Tinubu.
What exactly, there are parties contending for power in Nigeria, including APC. APC curries all they romance all these governors and manage to persuade them to cross over to the APC. There was once upon a time that we had a party called PDP that they held preeminence. They controlled 85-90% of the state houses in Nigeria because of their power and potency. So it's a bit like a football, actually. You are saying Man City has all the best players, and that's why they win the Premiership all the time. Of course, Man City will want to have all the best players, so it is down to you to prevent them from doing that. APC reigned supreme once upon a time until this same Tinubu forced them out of office. So you now find that formula to force him out of office. If he wants to take the whole of Nigeria under his control, then as a politician, that is what he should do. So don't keep crying, well, one party state, one party state. What exactly is it meant to do? To strengthen the opposition for the benefit of what? It's just ridiculous.
One man.
Yes.
One man. If I may come in, the issue is just this. That is not democracy. If you want people to vote for you, if you want to win the next election, you work for the people. You are not working for the governors. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. You see, that is where we are getting it wrong. The moment we start taking away the will to work for the people, to impress the people, to get their votes, as against what we have today, where we have to get the governors for us to get that numbers, it means that we are presenting a dangerous trajectory. We are not going nowhere with this kind of policy. So what does that mean? The governor does not have to work Why? Because he had the backing of the president, and the president will make him governor, or make his stooge a governor the next time the election comes by. What is going on? We cannot go on like this. The other day we were talking, and someone here was saying that Wike has two places to take care of, River State and Abuja. And I asked myself, what is he taking care of? Rigging? We cannot be doing that on your channel, one man. Your channel is an international channel. We cannot be promoting rigging on your channel. We cannot be promoting such rascality on your channel. It is wrong.
How did rigging come into it, Joel? How did rigging?
You be the one. What matter? Joel, you could have.
That's the only way. That's the only way. Wait, hold on, please. When people here is talking about,
let me respond to you, Joel. You're going to be the one to make your governor work. Yeah, you're going to be the one to make your House of Parliament work. You're going to be the one to make your senator, House of Rep work. You
still don't get it. You still don't get it. You are still talking. Look. You're talking like all things being equal. All things being equal, yes. You have to look at your local government because they are closer to you. You have to look at your state government. You have to look at those representing you. But when they do not have your own, when they do not need you to get into position, then you are not the priority. That's the point. And that is how godfatherism is being made. That's how we project these things. That is my point. If we have the right people that we place in government, then we can now say, oh, dude, we put you in there. This is what we ask you to do. You're not doing it, and we have the right to boot you out. But the right to boot you out does not rest in the people, it rests in those in government. And that's the wrong precedent.
No. Well, there's a system in place, yeah, to call back your senator. There's a system in place to call back all those people that represent you from your place. So if you don't follow that kind of system, it's up to you. You can't blame anybody for failure of your own governor. You can't blame me for the failure of your governor. You can't blame. Can you
tell me one person that was recalled in Nigerian politics?
Listen, it's not my job to it's not
No. I'm asking you one. You wouldn't. Do you know why?
You mean successfully? Do you mean successfully?
Yes.
Yes. Because they've attempted to recall several, Dino Melaye being a prime example.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But no. Do you know the reason why?
One man, Joe, wait. At least one man. Those people in Kogi State, they are trying. They make attempts. Who made the attempts in your place?
Those of the Natasha was made by a politician. We all saw the gimmicks that were played. Unless you want to be deceived, and that's the reason why it did not go further. It did not go further. No, listen, hold on, please. Let me talk. We can't be talking over each other.
Yes, please don't. Don't talk over each other, but one at a time. But land it quickly. I want this Fayose bit to come out because I have to do a bit of school run in a moment. Then I'll leave you guys to carry on with your conversation. So you make your point, and then let Joel have the final word, and then we'll carry on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. See, what I'm saying is, because I like this debate. What I'm saying is, we have record that some states in Nigeria make attempts to recall their parliament. Their parliamentary. Which record we have from the southeast or from the southwest that they make attempts to do that and they fail? None. So we should stop lamenting. You know what I mean? We should. There's no point for us lamenting that it's not working. Go back to your states, call them out. That's where we are right now. It's not. We're not at the point of lamenting or say anything. If I have my chance, if my governor is not saying anything, I will go online. I will call him out, and I'm doing that already.
All right. I have the final word on that space, Joel, and then we listen to Fayose speak on Peter Obi, and then we'll open up the conversation to a more robust engagement. Yeah.
Okay. So my thing is this. Nigeria has most of these laws on paper, but when it comes to implementation, it becomes a problem. At least I have seen many people come out to say, oh, we're going to recall. What process? How do you go about it? when they do go about it, who was successful. Because if we have seen presidents or people that have done it in the past, we will say, okay, it's successful. If you're not performing, we'll bring you back. And that will serve as a deterrent. But there's no deterrent for any political class and for any politician in Nigeria. They just do it the way they want. You get into power, until you get out, nobody talks to you. That is not a country we have to rule. We want to be in. Thank you, Mama. Let's listen to Fayose.
All right, I disagree with you on that, but let's complete Fayose and then we'll bring out our muscles.
I've said that I've always supported the president, even when I was a sitting governor. And I was part of the G5 that supported him. And I recall very well, I was one of the people, particularly myself, who told Governor Wike, staying with this article, who is not a promise keeper. They will come back for you if they won, if they had won the election. So it's better for us to go to Asiwaju. I, by the grace of God, went to wait for them in Port Harcourt when Aketi, late Aketi, governor of Ondo then, Fayemi, governor of Lagos, and about 2 other people came to Rivers to consummate a relationship with Governor Wike before they started going to London and all that to resolve the matter. Now, the first question is this. There is no time we will admit that it was our fault that caused the exodus. We must be very honest. When you are weak, tendencies are there for you to fall to the right of the stronger side. The challenges in the PDP, it's not the fault of Asiwaju, the president. No. The failure in my home, God forbid, is not the fault of my neighbor. The issues are very clear. The PDP caused themselves an insurrection. This is a house that divided against itself. And the nature of man is survival of the fittest. Everybody will now begin to scramble, struggle for survival, trying to take refuge somewhere else. How many times, out of about 8 governors that defected, how many times have you seen a trace of oppression, suppression? Like we are saying, the money given to Governor Makinde, and Governor Makinde is a PDP state. It's not a APC state. So in what way were they suppressed? No, they had problems from home. They had issues with their own party. And as governors, they want to survive at all costs. They took that part. It is not a problem. But let me help you to round it up. There are 2 dominant parties at a given time. Are we saying ADC is not dominant? Recently, Obi moved there. And I've said it, Obi is the only life in ADC.
There are other people there. Atiku is there.
Excuse me.
Amechi is there.
I never said they are not human beings there. I'm saying they are largely spent forces. Obi is, let Obi don't go to ADC. Let Obi go to another party. Let's say Obi is in Accord. Accord will become, excuse me, I'm saying it to be, Obi is the only traction. Obi is the only meaning. Obi is the only factor. Obi is the only person in ADC that matters. And if Obi had not gone to ADC and has gone, when Obi went to Labour that was never known became won elections to House of Rep. I'm not saying Obi will win this election. I'm not saying Obi will not win this election. But I'm telling you, even if they don't feed Obi, if ADC fails to feed Obi, their case will be worse than they are coming together.
Okay, as we begin to wrap up, very quickly, 2 issues.
All right, so that's the statement I wanted him to land on, because that, of course, is what inspired the headline of the stream. Obi is the only life in the APC, in the ADC. So that was what Ayo Fayose said, and there is no strong argument that runs contrary to that. I cannot think of an argument that runs contrary to that. Obi is the only potency. Obi is the only human being in the ADC, you know. And if they even have anything to make Tinubu break stride in his march towards re-election, that would be to give Obi that ticket. There is nothing else that permutates. Even an Atiku Obi ticket does not permutate, because that will rile up the southern space that they're about to be cheated out of their second slot. So the only thing, the only potency, the only traction in that, I was going to call it a conglomeration, but what do you want to call it? A coalition is what they call it. So the only potency in that coalition is Peter Obi. Like Fayose rightly said, he's the only traction there. Atiku doesn't have a following. He doesn't have the energy, both him physically and his political space. There's no energy that backs Atiku. All Atiku has is to say, I am Fulani. That's all. You know, there's nothing else that he has to offer. Rotimi Amechi is a non-entity. The whole world hates El Rufai. Aminu Tambuwal is a non-betrayal. So there's nobody, not a single human being in the ADC that portends to project any sort of threat towards the center space outside of Peter Obi. So what Fayose said there is factually, politically right by my own prism, from my own point of view. I'm not making a categorical statement, or I'm giving a subjective point of view. What Fayose says there, that the only life in the ADC is Peter Obi. So there's no equivocating that, and all of the factors tell us that. But that has no meaning, because the realism, the factors, also tells us already where that journey ends. So in the course of the primaries, you see the obedient space doing their usual howling at the moon. Atiku step down, there'll be a lot of Atiku steps down, but you have to be somewhat, retarded to the point of needing to be institutionalized. You have to be retarded to the point of needing to be institutionalized to imagine that Atiku will step down for Peter Obi, just because a few rascals are howling on social media. So that will never, ever happen. What also will never, ever happen is for anybody other than Atiku Abubakar to get that ticket in 2027 for the ADC. There is no circumstances that yields any possibility of anything other than an Atiku ticket being the ticket. So Atiku will get that ticket, and then he will try to placate by bringing Peter Obi on board. But Peter Obi will struggle to even become Atiku's vice, because his space would not tolerate it, and then the southern narrative would not also allow it. So Peter Obi might well not necessarily be on any ballot in 2027. That is my own permutation. I think Peter Obi will get his final moment to realign with dignity, and he will make some grand speech that I've always said, I'm not desperate and I'm stepping down. And that will be the end of Peter Obi. Peter Obi will not be on the ticket in 2027. That is my own permutation. But I wanted Fayose to land on that statement, but that Peter Obi is the only energy in the ADC. I don't think there's too much of an argument against that. So we'll open it up to a wider conversation. Guys, so that was Fayose's presentation. He spoke about a whole myriad of all sorts. But what are your thoughts? Let's kick it off with Femi, actually. I know everybody else got here before him, but we don't get Femi often. So with your permission, gentlemen, let's kick it off with Femi. Femo? After clearing the table, can people still hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Hello. We can.
Yeah, Femi, are you ready, or we go with Joe?
Yes, I am ready.
Yeah. No, I was inviting your thought on how Fayose positions and my own little commentary on it. Yes.
Seriously, I heard everything, and I thought Fayose is clever by half, because Obi has the attraction. Really, is spot on. But if you want to win the election, I will use the analogy of Dele Momodu. If you want to win the election, look at 2015. Jonathan was the candidate of PDP. APC chose Buhari because of what? because of the vote of the Northerners. Taking Obi to contest against Tinubu, it is just, that is like a suicide. It's like a suicide. Obi will win. We have the vote from the Southeast. Apart from the Southeast, South, a little bit of South, Southwest, Tinubu will win Southwest. It will be a different ball game from 2023. If ADC want to win in my own view, if they want to win the election, they should pair Atiku and Peter Obi together. Like, the ticket should be together. With the two tickets to win this guy called Tinubu, it will be very, very difficult. With Peter Obi and Atiku together in the same ticket, it will be very, very difficult also. Because having 30 governors, I don't think many of people coming here, I think some of them have been away from Nigeria for years, like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. People don't know what is the reality about the country. Like, I have been on ground. I know how the country runs politics. A governor dictates what happened in the election. 2023 election, it is that kind of election can never happen when this guy is around. I'm talking of Peter Tinubu. That election, there is no money. People are using money to buy money. For the first time in Nigeria, if you want to collect 1,000, you pay 500 to collect 1,000. That means you buy 1,000 with 500 naira. That means when you withdraw 1,000, you have only 500 for 500 will be your own money. 500 will be the POS operator money. Like, that election is against Tinubu. People hate him. People are in agony because people think that APC is killing them. That is a different ballgame. 2027 and 2027 election, there will be a lot of money on the street. This guy buy election. People should forget about why are we pushing this narrative. That is the reality. You have to know how to fight against it if you want to win the election. If you plan that you want Peter Obi to win, Anambra State, this guy already to spend 50,000 naira per vote, 50,000 naira. I don't know how you love Peter Obi. When you see 50,000 naira as a poor person, you won't collect 50,000 naira. We should try to be fair with our analysts sometimes. We should be neutral. If you are trying to be neutral, you will see something. You will see it in the open that this man is costing to victory, like easily. Apart from if God culture is something, I don't wish him evil. Apart from that, this guy is winning. 2027 is already settled. 30 governor.
Yeah, but
with 31.
Sorry, Femi. And by the way, what you are saying, there's nothing for me to disagree in it, because our politics is about structures. The structure is about who sits at the center, and the people sitting at the center in 30 states are Tinubu backers. So I'm not quite sure how Atiku will. I don't even know how they're imagining that it will. The 30 governors control 30 states out of 36. And you are telling us that somebody is, it's wishful thinking beyond anything. But do you not think that an Obi ticket, an Obi Atiku ticket is at least it makes the election interesting, if nothing else?
No, some people are still using 2023 factor. 2027 factor is a different game. 2023, the filling station, there is fuel scarcity, there is no money. These two factors affect everybody in the country. But Dangote is there for 2027. There won't be any like fuel scarcity. There's nothing like that. There's enough money on the ground, on the street. Since from 2026, from this year, April, May, there will be money on the street in the country. A lot of the money. And people that bankroll PDP before, they are the South governors. Delta State Governor, Rivers State Governor, Akwa Ibom State Governor, these Bayelsa State Governors, and all these states, they are now in APC. I don't know how people will just be imagining impossibility. How will you win this? Tinubu, if Tinubu does not campaign in 2027, just sit at Asoro, he will win the election. They will deliver it. Out of 774 local government chairman, APC have over 650 chairmen in all local government. House of Rep, they have over 250 House of Rep, almost 300 House of Rep out of 360. Bro, the game is just, people should just, I want people to have this kind of hope. Hope is good. Hope is good for people to have hope that we will topple him.
That's always the last thing to die now, hope, you know.
Oh,
especially naive hope.
Apart from hope, how will you just have it in mind that this guy will lose the election? I don't know how. I told you that I expect him to do more. But mathematically, with what on ground, this guy is closer to victory. He is. How will someone have 30 governor? People are saying 2015, 2015, no, 2015 is a different ballgame. 2015, APC have 13 governors.
Hello, one man.
Yes, come in, Akim, but hold on.
One man, the way you do this, your show, it's almost like, yeah, go ahead.
No, land that point. I was about to leave. I need to go run an errand. So Kenny will coordinate just for a moment, but you are all experienced, so you know how to navigate the conversation amongst yourself. But I'll listen to you and then I'll step down for about 20 minutes.
I was going to quickly say that one of the changes that you can notice there is two of the changes you can notice with the government is that one, the elite, a huge part of the elite are going to swing towards him because some of the biggest benefactors of his policies are those elite at the early stage. And secondly, if you go out there on the media space, on the social media space, you see that it's like unlike 2023, people who are supporting Tinubu are like doing it with their full chest without an apology. Unlike 2023, whereby people
those are paid actors. But go ahead.
All right. Let me drop and you guys carry on. Yeah.
All right. So basically,
sorry. Move the microphone amongst yourselves so that the conversation don't overlap, so that the audience can hear you. Can you coordinate to let people in and out? Give me about 20 minutes, half an hour. I just want to go and do our school runs.
Yeah, that's okay. So as I would say, your network is bad.
Yes.
Kenny, your network is very bad.
Is it okay now?
Still bad.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you. Let Hakim continue now.
So as I was saying, one of the things that I've said, like the elite, those people who are the elite of the society, they've been the earlier biggest benefactor of Tinubu's economic reform policies, and I think you can see when you go to these spaces that they're actually skewed towards him, because I think they kind of prefer the level of stability and the reform they enjoy and the kind of financial benefit that have come their way with the policies. But what I was going to say is mainly is that unlike before, where people are not kind of fully into it, I think you see a lot of people now who are heavily full chest supporting Tinubu on social media space. I know somebody was saying they are paid actor, but as at 2023, these guys were not able to come out fully to support the man with their full chest. But
no, they weren't paid then. They weren't paid then. Now they are paid, and we understand that. But go ahead.
So yeah, it could be that could be the case, but that could be the case. But I don't have proof to that, so I'll just go by what I see. And what I see is that even if you look at local level, the state level, you see that even people that was for Peter Obi in some state, you see that the dynamics, there's a change in the dynamics because the APC have been able to do some work on ground, especially in the south part of the country, like whereby, you know, when Buhari was in power and he was leaving office, the instrument of government was not fully in support of the party. I think there were some element within the Aso Rock who was kind of backing Atiku to come in instead of Tinubu, and that kind of opened doors for state level, local level politics to take its course. But now I don't think that is the case anymore. I think the machine is fully in play, and you see they are very, very, very watertight on ground at local levels, especially mostly in the South.
Okay, so let me take it from there, please. Because I have to go to work, please.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Joel. But can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay,
Better.
let's do this way. Joel, you have 5 minutes. Then after Joel,
Okay.
you go to Femi. Femi never finished his thought. Then after Femi, you go to Aribi.
Would you not be better off having Mr. Femi finish before Mr. Joel kicks off?
Okay, yeah, that's true. Joel, please permit me, please. Let Femi finish your submission. Femi, you have additional 3 minutes to finish your submission.
I think I'm already rounding up. What I just want to say is that Peter Obi is a very, very good candidate for ADC, but with what is on ground, I like the man. I like the way since 2022 he has been pushing it. He wants to be the president of the country. I wish him the best, but with what is on the ground, I don't think it is for now. It is impossible with what is on with the calculation, with all the stats available about the election of 2027, is in favor of the president, and the Northerners will prefer Tinubu to finish his 4 years rather than to vote for Peter Obi. That is in my own view, if they give him the ticket. But if Atiku is on the ticket and Peter Obi is on the ticket, I think the election will be more balanced. Peter Obi will bring the chunk of vote from the southeast, and Atiku will bring the chunk of vote from the northwest and northeast. That will be more balanced, and Tinubu will capitalize on southwest, north central, and south. The election will be much balanced. But I don't think Peter Obi will. If Peter Obi didn't get the ticket, I think the guy will pull out. But if he pull out, there is there is no, and there is something. They have changed the constitution now. If you contest, if you want to partake in an election, in a primary election, you must be a member of the party for 30 days, at least 30 days. And I think that will be impossible if he lose the primary to Atiku. But we shall see, sir. I wish.
So when are we expecting primaries to begin? When are we expecting the earliest primaries?
The primary will begin July.
Okay.
July this year. Yeah.
And is that because we have a possible election electoral reform?
February.
Okay.
They have already fixed the date for the governorship and the presidential. But I think the primary election they have not. INEC has not fixed the date. I guess.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Femi.
Okay, thank you.
Joe,
yeah. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. I've had those who spoke, and I like it when I am being looked at as, as an underdog. It gives me the leeway to really, work on my flaws and, you know, position myself for the competition ahead. Looking at what is, I understand many of you are looking at the structure Tinubu has. And I have people saying that they're going to give about 50,000 naira to an electorate. So we are talking about rigging. When rigging is your only option to get into power, then you failed the people. If you could give them that money to vote for you, you could as well invest that money prior to the election, and they will vote for you without you giving them money. You see, there's something wrong with the black man. Many of us who spoke and many of us who are about to speak will still go through the line of, oh, this election is done. There's nobody thinking out of the box. Most of you stay abroad, and we have people languishing in poverty in Nigeria. And your only solution is to give them money, is to keep them hungry, and on election day you give them money so they can vote for you. That is reverse slavery. We are not yet ripe enough to build a nation. But on this issue, Fayose was right. Is right and will always be right on this particular matter. Peter Obi is the shining star of the ADC. Peter Obi is the star boy. Peter Obi is the only candidate in Nigeria as we speak today that would make a crippled person crawl to the polling booth. And we're talking about solution to rigging. The solution to rigging is voting en masse. How do you get the population to vote en masse? Is if you give them the reason to. And who could be that reason? Is Peter Obi. The ADC will fizzle out if Peter Obi is not on the ticket. If Peter Obi is not the presidential flag bearer, there is no equivocation about that. It is the turn of the South. There are fundamentals that we have grown past in Nigeria. Those fundamentals must be in place. Somebody was talking about 2015. The main reason Jonathan lost in 2015 was because it was the turn of the North. It was believed it was the turn of the North. When Tinubu was going to get a major in the North, he went for the star boy, which was Buhari. ADC should stop playing games. This is not a time for grammar. It's the time to use your common sense. Atiku should respect himself. Atiku must respect himself. Be a statesman and work for the people of Nigeria. The country Nigeria has benefited Atiku. Atiku was only a custom officer and he rose to where he is today. Nigeria made him so. He can sacrifice. I know some of you will say it's a wishful thinking. One man used the word retarded. But Atiku will be retarded to think that if he is the presidential flag bearer, that he is going to win that election. No, he's not going to win that election. I wonder why Atiku does this all the time. He always try to go against the tide. Who are you? Who are you? Your star boy is the throne of the South. Allow the South to go. Sacrifice. You've gotten everything. You've risen to the position of the second man in Nigeria. Sacrifice. An Obi Tambawa ticket would be a good one. But it is the throne of the South. At least, because if you try to go against the tide, it means that you just want to win the Northwest and the Northeast, or probably some part of the North Central. What about the South? Because I'm not going to vote you. I don't care if Obi is your vice. I'm not going to vote you. I don't care how beautiful the speech will be from Obi, because those fundamentals cannot be tampered with.
2 more minutes, please.
Thank you. So, let's assume that Obi gets the ticket. That Obi will get the tickets. We are going to resist rigging. For those of you who think that rigging will do it in 2027, first and foremost, we're going to vote en masse to counter that. Secondly, if we catch you rigging, sharing money on the streets, it is rig and buy. There is no equivocation on it. Do you know the reason why? The reason is simple. When you equate the amount of people killed by the terrorists with the amount of people killed by bad governance, that of bad governance outweighs that of the terrorists. So you are a terrorist. You are a terrorist if you rig elections. So you should be treated as one. So if you want to rig election, be ready to face the people. I am not going to tell you what you're going to face. But I think it is better, since you are so good at doling out money for paymasters
Bring you in place.
who sit in their homes,
Bring you in place. Thank you.
right? There is no problem. We're going to send it to your Lord first. We're going to send it to your Lord, because when you look at the amount of people dying in the hospital, when you look at the amount of people dying from bad roads, when you look at the amount of people dying from bad governance in Nigeria, you cannot be a part of it by sharing money on election day without telling those that are giving you that money that in the past you had this opportunity, you should have worked for the people. So I want to leave it here. Yeah, please, I want to leave it here, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. It is read and buy. Let that be said. Let that say.
Thank you, Nasri, for your passionate submission. I really appreciate it. Please, before we move forward, please can we share this live broadcast to your friends? Like, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe as well, please. And you can power tap. Sorry, I said power tap. What's it called on this app? Just do what you can do best, please. Arugidiba, you're up next. Please, do you agree with Joe of Nasri? And I really want you to react to Fayose, because personally, I can see the hypocrisy in the interviewer, the other guy.
Okay, so let me quickly address that statement about the hypocrisy of our very distinguished, otherwise distinguished Dr. Ruben Abati.
Thank you.
Before I do that, apologies there for my rudeness. Good afternoon to everybody, or good morning, wherever you may be. So I do not profess to be as intelligent as some of the individuals that have spoken before me, but I make an effort to do my best. And unlike some of my detractors in the commentariat, as Baba usually calls them, I think sometimes we take things personal, and and the way we address each other. But I'll make an effort. Let me first say that Dr. Ruben Abati was the former, as we know, I'm not lecturing anybody, but just for the few that might not know, because like one man said earlier, there's individuals that watch the show that may not be as informed, and they watch after, and also because this is recorded for time. Dr. Mabati, as we know, used to be a spokesman for Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And when we look at some of the actions of Baba Lai Mohammed under the APC, it was instigated by the likes of Ruben Abati and the departed, what's the name of this gentleman, this doctor that's passed away, and that was in the OP campaign. This old man, I can't remember his name very well anymore. Donyo Kukwe. So these individuals defended the Jonathan administration, and obviously you saw the likes of Lai Mohammed came up and they countered them with all this, propaganda and all this stuff. So he really started with these guys. He's a PDP member. Obviously he's in public eye these days, so I don't know if he's still an active member of the PDP or not. He contested, I believe, the governorship primaries at some stage, and then he contested as a deputy governor. I think with Kashamu at some time. I think either 2019. I think himself and Buriji Kashamu, they had a joint ticket 2019. Don't quote me, something like that in Ogun State. So he's a member of the PDP. So you have to understand that you are looking at an individual who is a professional journalist. Is a lawyer as well. Is a quite a good interviewer. Sorry. But he is partisan, and he is human, and the humanity of it means that he is not infallible. Okay, so he's gonna have an opinion, and he would inevitably have some tendencies for one angle or the other. So don't let me dwell on that there. So that's just what I want to say about Dr. Ruben Abati. Okay, he's human, and you can't accuse him of his humanity. It's just inevitable. But I think he did decently in the interview. He didn't inject himself, and he didn't inject too much of his opinions into it. I think what he did was to look at what the public rhetoric is, even though the public rhetoric these days is influenced by a lot of people that are ignorant of the political history of Nigeria, that are ignorant of the real realities of Nigeria. It's really just young people and individuals that are new to politics, that don't understand what goes on in the background, that influence it on political, So essentially it's just asking silly social media questions. Because he also understands that most of the people that consume what Fayose says, and that will then build, individuals on the social. So essentially, and that's a problem with journalism these days, it's influenced, unfortunately, by ignorance that is perpetrated on social media and a lot of misinformation. And the journalists themselves, they buy into that, they parrot that, they advance it. At the end of the day, it's a commercial business, and they need to get views. And they need to
but what did he say? What you've been talking about Abati, but you've not said one thing.
No, I'm not saying about Abati. I'm asking about the line of questioning sometimes. Because
what question did he ask that was wrong to you?
I'm not saying the questioning is wrong, Mr. Jewel.
Allow you to hear his submission now, please.
No, it's a submission. No, I mean we can also interject a little bit.
Yes, I know you can.
You have to ask for his permission for interjection.
No, okay, for clarity, my brother.
So for Mr. Joel, I've made it very clear that number one, I'm not saying that he's wrong, and the first thing I addressed was the fact that Dr. Ruben Abati is human, and that you can't accuse him of having tendencies or having, of being passionate. Okay, no, and because Kenny said that he was being funny and he was being disingenuous, and I've said that you can't accuse him of being disingenuous because he's human. He's a professional. I acknowledge that there, and he's quite an enlightened individual. But what I'm saying is this: I'm not saying he's lied. Okay. What I'm trying to say is that as journalism these days is influenced greatly by a lot of the social media rhetoric, and a lot of the individuals that contribute to the rhetoric are not quite as informed about the political realities and the political history in Nigeria. So sometimes the questioning, some of the questions he's asking them are questions that someone like myself, I understand the logic and I understand the answers. So I'm not surprised by the responses that Fayose has given. I'm not surprised. And I don't think there's anything Fayose has said today that is not quite, that's not been discussed on this channel and has not been inherently, exposed by people on this channel. We've discussed it. We've come to those conclusions ourselves. So we don't need Fayose to say it. Fayose saying it just reiterates what we've said and it just confirms it.
Okay, I will go to Obi quickly.
So I don't want to dwell on that. So let me go to what we're saying. I really want Obi to contest in 2027. The one thing I want Obi, the one thing that will make me happy in 2027 is for Obi to be on the ticket. Ideally, without northern confusion. Now, when I mean a northern confusion, I'm talking about a strong northern candidate. I want Obi to be on the ticket there. God willing, nothing happens to Tinubu. He's on the ticket as well. A very strong candidate, a strong party, a strong president, incumbent. But I want Obi to be on the ballot. We know he has an obedient following. We want to test the strength of that following. I want to see there if, like Buhari, it can bring that following and grow it and maintain it over several electoral cycles. And that could be it. And I really want to see how he campaigns. But I also would like him to grow his campaign rhetoric, and I would like him to grow a manifesto and be able to articulate the manifesto, his plan for Nigeria. I want him to articulate very clearly where he would move away in terms of what are the policies of this current administration that is vehemently against. So, for instance, the fiscal policies, taxation, and all these other things. How is he going to move? How is he going to move the needle? So, what does it disagree with? In essence, against the policies of this administration. So, for instance, fiscal federalism. Real federalism. Is he going to move away from that there? Is he going to allow the governors to then revert back to the situation where they are controlling the resources and the funds of the local government? Or is he going to advance the Supreme Court judgment there? What are the things he's going to do? How is he going to move away? Because one thing about the Tinubu government, you can accuse them of many things. You cannot accuse them of being absolutely fiscally irresponsible. When you talk about fiscal policy there, we have seen some of the fiscal policies they've brought to bear, and we think I think 2026 is going to be their bust of the boom or bust year. Okay, it's either going to happen for them or it's going to absolutely collapse by the middle to the end. Q3, Q4 2026 is going to be very important for them to see if they're going to start seeing some of the real results of some of the policies they put in place, or they're going to suffer a consequence of a delay that runs into the next electoral cycle, and then they might lose. Nobody knows, only God knows. So that's really what I want to see. My brother, the reality.
Can I just say something, please? Just little. The thing there is this, right? What you said, right, about this year being the best year. It could be.
No, not their best year. I said this year is the year where we might either see the realities of their fiscal policies,
their policies
or you're going to see a failure because of a delay. Because the reality of it is this: these are it's all about ideology.
Sorry. I think what you need to think about is the policy direction. This is how they see it. Okay, they look at where we're coming from under Emefiele to where we are now under Cardoso. And these guys, they just ask any business person that are investors in Nigeria. They will tell you right now that fiscal policies, direction-wise, that this is a better time than we were.
Oh yes, before. Yeah. Monetary policies, monetary policy with the CBN is a bit.
And businesses don't like uncertainty, so they don't know what is coming from anybody else. So what they see is these policies, and they like it, and they are going with it.
But this policy does not translate to the people. That's the point.
Yeah, you see, John, you live in America, and you know this reality.
Trump is also having a problem today, right? Now we are seeing, there's a tariff money and all that. The stock market doing so good.
But the stock market has been very well over the last year, while we had inflation and most Americans were suffering.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So what I'm just saying is this, right? Now you can point to this, you can point to that as an achievement, but when you look at the people are still saying, "Oh no, we need more help, we need this." So if the people are the ones going to vote, and this year, all I was trying to say is, if this year we cannot see at least some impact of those policies, then it's going to be a hard one to sell. In 2027.
Which is what I've said. Which is what I've said. Q3, Q4 is going to be a make or break for them. Whatever they can, marshal up, they need to get it going and be something that people can interpret and see in their lives. Q3, there's already things that people can see, like the tertiary funding and whatnot. But I think there's other things they can do between Q3, Q4.
You have to think that if they maintain the level of stability that we have right now, and the exchange rate is a bit to drop a little bit further, so maybe we start to go 1,350, right? So what that does is automatically also affect the price of food in the market, the price of goods in the market. Things start to drop more than where they are now. So you're talking about a situation whereby our minimum wage compared to prices is a bit better than where we were before. We're not going to have this conversation. I'm telling you, they don't really need to do much. They just need to stabilize.
So my brother, where do you think the dollar will be by 2027?
I think between 1.2 and 1.4. I think is the real.
Aro 1.2 is a bit too far. I don't think we will go. I think
if it's not under 1,000.
No. Joel, there's no reason for us to manipulate the naira just so we can get a number.
Apart from that, Aro, what we need to understand as a country is that a naira under 1,000 is no longer a stronger currency. It's no longer a competitive currency. Let us be honest with ourselves. We want to be able to turn that country to an exporting nation. And when you have as an exporting nation, if your currency gets to a certain level, you're no longer competitive among your peers. The reason why you're seeing these trade surpluses now is because we have a weak currency. So people will prefer to come and buy from Nigeria. Your dollar will give you more in Nigeria than it will give you in Ghana or other countries. So you come to Nigeria and you try to buy things into America. So by the time you then move at naira to say 900. It's nice. Look, it's a stretch then. It's a stretch. It sounds good for Nigerians importing things into Nigeria, but then it does not help your export market in that sense. So this is why they are not trying to. This is why they are not intentionally trying to.
So in essence, it's still manipulation.
Sorry?
In essence, it's still manipulation.
Oh, well, a lot of countries do that to their benefit. Japan and China are very good examples of that. And we can be a very good example as well, because I think it's our advantage actually.
What we need to do, if I was the government, right? What I would do is that try to see not more than 1,200, say by 2028, right? But what they then need to do is take minimum wage to like 150K. So that would not mean that an average salary is you're looking around $120 a month. When was the last time we were in that range? So they need to. What the government need to do is try to gradually increase minimum wage over time, so that wage will catch up with inflation. By doing so, you would have pulled people out of poverty. But to say you want to do this artificial strength of the dollar that we've been doing for years, it doesn't for me. It doesn't help the economy overall.
My brother, this is my thing. You see, if you say 150,000 minimum wage, how many percent of us? I mean, what's the percentage of Nigeria that are gainfully employed that can even access 150K? That is where we're looking at it from. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. Let me finish, Joel. Let me just land real quick.
Go ahead.
So let me land, and then we can start this conversation. So I think it's just really, I don't think there's many people behind me apart from you guys. So the only thing there I want to say, apart from in terms of what Fayose said, was his observation about Seyi Makinde is 30 billion naira and the 50 billion naira argument. So Seyi Makinde is claiming his warehouse 30 billion. And I think sometimes when we politicians talk, because they know each other's secrets, we need to actually be able to look in between the lines. Seyi Makinde has warehouse 30 billion. Has he warehoused it with CBN? Because what Fayose might be trying to insinuate is this, that Seyi Makinde is actually planning to gain personally from some interest situation, having kept 30 billion naira in a commercial entity. I want you to look at in between the lines at what Fayose might be trying to insinuate. That Seyi Makinde would keep 30 billion somewhere, which is a lot of money. You can keep it with a bank, or you can have an agreement with some bank CEOs or some individuals that intend to use that for business. We would then use the 30 billion and come back and give you a cut of it. And then Seyi Makinde will come back to the Oyo State people. You tell them that's 30 billion I've got to the federal government. I haven't gone away with the interests or the benefits or the proceeds or the the benefits gain. That might be what Fayose is trying to insinuate over here. Because really, otherwise, why is Fayose talking about the 30 billion? And why is he so keen about the 30 billion? It's very interesting.
That money is no longer 30 billion. It should be at least 35 billion, because you have to think the time.
That's over a year ago. It's more than 12 months now.
This time, the time Makinde got that money, it was exchange rate was around 1,700 to the dollar. So the naira has appreciated over time. So he cannot come out and say it's 30 billion. No, you're stupid. It's more.
So that may be what Fayose is trying to insinuate, actually, because you can see where you can see what he's trying to go at. That he kept saying the money was warehoused. Unless the money has been kept with the CBN, for which then you have some confidence that a governor cannot manipulate and gain from the interests, which apparently was one of the things that some individuals insinuated that Peter Obi possibly did, keeping Anambra State money with Fidelity. I don't know. I'm just saying that's some insinuations. I'm not saying that's what he did. But essentially, and you know what? I've heard people say that governors do these things. Governors move the funds of a state to a particular bank that they are allied to, or they have an understanding. They have an understanding with the executives of that bank as to and governors move the accounts of the states. And when it comes to the salary, the accounts where they keep the salaries, and they do these things. And banks actually lobby governors actively.
It's normal. It's normal.
So you'll be surprised if that's what Fayose is trying to insinuate. Remember, he's a two-term governor. He understands these things very well.
No. Aro, that's not what he's trying to say. You see, when this didn't happen, this guy, he told Oyo State people that he spent 4.5 billion for those people. He didn't tell anyone that he received any money like that from the government. Then when Fayose came out and said he received 50 billion, he denied. Said they didn't receive anything. Until Fayose now brought out the receipt of the money they pay him, that's when that came out that, okay, yeah, that's true, but the money is not 50,000, it's 30,000. Do you get my point? Do you get the point now?
But do we know? Do you know where the money is where the money is being kept? Do we know do we know if it's a fixed deposit? Do we know if there's some interest coming back on that money?
What we need to look at is the intention. You understand? Whether the money kept in his account or anywhere, his intention is to steal that money.
I can't know. I'm not gonna get again. I know in the past I've made some categorical bombastic statements, but I don't want to say that a government intends to steal money.
Remember that the proof is there.
2026, I'm trying to be different.
Let me ask you this question. Why did
I'm trying to be better in 2026?
People, wait. Why did he tell the people that the money he spent 4.5 billion? That he didn't say, okay, they give me 30 billion. I spent 4.5 for the remaining social amount. Why did he say that for 1.5 years? Tell me why he didn't say anything about that.
I know. Actually, he's a very smart guy, so I think that's what the situation is.
Exactly. On that particular issue, right? I had Fayose say loud and clear. What's his name again? The governor of Oyo State should have done better. I like him as a person, but that was wrong. Let's just be honest. You had 30 billion over a year plus, and you're in your final year of governance, almost in your final year. So what did you want to? Probably you just want to keep the money there, and probably by the time you leave, you take the interest and leave the money for the people. I don't know, but the intent was not good. And see, we are in an election season. You know, politicians are looking for money. That was why I was trying to tell Arogidiba that on an election season, governance is out of the window. Campaign starts. So every money they are getting this period is just to, you know, campaign. So whatever you see now in Nigeria is what you get. It's what you get. It's not going to get better in 2026 because I'm telling you, as I'm speaking to you right now, election, what they call it, campaign has started.
Joel.
You know, so and I pity those South states, because I was thinking that with the kind of money that goes to the South, at least we should be having like a Dubai kind of state in the South. However, you know, it's just corruption. The other day I was watching this guy, Wike, visiting. I don't know if any of you watched the video. We visited a senator. My brother, if you see the senator's house, it is unbelievable. When I say it's a castle, you can imagine a place. You can imagine a house that welcomes you with a swimming pool. It's a castle, a public officer. So when we talk about corruption and how it has dealt with us in Nigeria, and the need to have, you know, good governance, I think that urge will show in 2027.
But Joel, that might be wicked of you. I know wicked is an extreme word to say, but that might be unfair. Maybe it's better to say a public officer, a senator, has an extensive and luxurious palatial home, because you can't say some of the same thing of someone like Prince Nyadungwoko, who was a billionaire before he became a senator. I think this senator from Anambra, for instance, you can't say the same thing of what is this God rest his soul, that passed away not long ago from Anambra State. Uba was a billionaire. Yes, we know. Several of them that are very wealthy before they came to public office. Ojuzo Kalu was a billionaire. So you can't say, unless you know the profile of the individual, you can't just do that because you're a public officer. His wealth has come as a consequence of
Joel is right. Joel is right to some extent, because
I know, but I'm just saying don't let us be absolute.
No, generalizing, I know, but if you look at people like Oshomole had nothing before he became a politician.
Exactly.
Yes.
He had nothing.
Yes.
So if you so some of them are like that, but some of them, if you even look at somebody like Sheyi Makinde, when he declared his asset, he was already a billionaire.
Oh, Sheyi Makinde was a billionaire. He was spending money for years in Ibadan.
Yeah, Sheyi Makinde was already a multi-billionaire with established companies and American representative and stuff like that. So some of them came into politics with money, but let us don't forget, some of them were broke, but today they have everything. So
my brother, I would say many of them were broke.
Yeah, many of them were broke, and they're coming.
I mean, you know, when Peter Obi is talking about wealth without enterprise, you know, we know the track record of this people.
But even himself, I mean, I think that's a bit hypocritical of himself.
No,
Obi
had money before he came into politics.
But that's a bit hypocritical. Yeah, how much money? Yeah, he was rich, but to what extent?
Obi was a billionaire. No, my brother. Obi was a billionaire before he came into governance.
Let's be factual about all of this. If we analyze it factually. Okay, a lot of, even somebody like Tinubu was multi-millionaire, if not billionaire, before he became. What
was his business?
It was into financial dealings. It was he worked.
Which? No.
The guy was an accountant. Somebody who invested into property.
My brother, working as an accountant does not make you a billionaire.
No, the guy.
Based on your, if you want to go by the salary.
So how do you think Tinubu became? How do you think he became a senator?
Obi was into franchising and importation of your hands. Hold on, let me tell you.
There's no need for this. What about this?
I know there's no need. Just Google Obi. Obi was on shit at 25 years old.
Listen,
Before,
you cannot say somebody who was already working for Mobi, right, at a senior level, who quit his job to come and be a senator, right? Don't forget, when Tinubu left office after the military coup, he was one of the one financing the movement for return of democracy from overseas.
Tinubu does not have any business that will pay him that much money. The money he's making right now is the tax money he's getting from the company in Lagos State. That is where his major money is coming from.
Remember some months ago. Remember some months ago where we went where I went on to the UK the company register, and we're able to look at Obi's company that registered under which he claims that he had his license with Heinz. We were able to conclude that it was there was a lot of suspect. Yeah, I mean, because the company folded up, number one. The company folded up. The company was liquidated. But the company was liquidated. We were able to track. We were able to track our property.
Let's be honest. Forget that company. Obi was a big importer into. It was into importation of
Heinz. Yeah, no, he had the Heinz. He has the Heinz thing. But I still felt it was just. I felt it was suspect the way the company. I mean, the company's finances were rather suspect. No, that's my opinion.
I don't count the. No, Obi has made money. Obi has made money far.
No doubt he's made money. How he did is what I'm saying. How he did is what I'm saying. I'm not contesting that he made money.
He took over a family business. You know, these are guys. These are guys that make money from family.
You see that guy. Okay, you see that guy that's a senator in Edo South now, right? Those somebody like that, right? If tomorrow you see you went with him, you know, obviously he got the money from government because he became an unfortunate senator through this Labour Party and obedient movement. He was a personal assistant to the guy that was supposed to run for that seat, but because they had an issue under PDP, so the guy, it was almost like a seat holder in Labour Party. So by the time they resolved the issues in PDP, so the other guy, who he was a PA to, then contested under PDP. But you know, the wave, the obedient wave swept everything, and he became a benefactor. He became a benefactor. Today he's a city senator. If you see him with huge houses, obviously the guy was not rich before.
Before he get into power.
Yeah, he was not rich before. So someone like that, you can say, okay, you come and tell us what's going on here. You know? So because you know that he was even a personal assistant to somebody who can even say he was doing okay, not multi-billionaire. No. So he himself cannot be said to be a rich person. So it's the same with somebody like Adams Oshomole. Adams Oshomole had nothing. But look at them today. They had some multi-billionaires. Even somebody like Dino Melaye. What did he have? Was it not Dino Melaye that was carrying signboards, bring back our guests all over Abuja then? But go and look at him today, raising his shoulder, walking around everywhere. So
do you understand? You're right.
So there are many of them that were had nothing, opportunists, and they go there and they max out. Those ones they exist. And while there are some of them that already made it and they came in and they're still there.
I think it's few of them that have made it before they came into made it. You know what I mean? It's not like maybe you're working for a big company and they made you. No, I'm talking about people that really made it, like Oba and the likes of what they call him again. So those ones, they made their money before they came into government.
So I was going to ask, do you think by the time they are done, Dave Umahi might become the best Minister of Works Nigeria ever produced?
I'm yet to see. The thing there is this, right? I will give it to him, even though I'm not his fan. But in areas where he has done well, in terms of the quality of the roads, he has delivered. I would say where he delivered. I think he would have done better if he was given a bit of free hand and without like, hey, you have to start this one, start that one. No. If he was given the opportunity to, like, take care of the existing roads we have in Nigeria today, I think he would have done a much more better job. But if he was
not given a free hand, how was he able to push through this concrete road? Because there were a lot of people against it at the beginning.
No, I'm not talking about, no. You see, that's what I was saying, right? That the one he did, right?
You will not go anywhere with Joe because the guy is not working for Obi. You can see he's talking with bias. See, that guy is the best.
I am not. No. See, I am not. See, my brother. See. Let me tell you something. See, what Omahi suggested, like doing concrete road, it's not new science, right? Yeah, but the thing there is that he had someone that said, okay, go with it. All I'm saying is this: we understand that he is good at what he does, but the impact would have been more if he was given the free hand to do those existing roads that we have today. Right?
So Joe, for the benefit of us on the ignorance,
the new ones are like a distraction.
Joe, right? For the benefit of the ignorant amongst us, okay, can you name some of the older roads and some of the newer roads? Just for the benefit of the ignorant. For the benefit of us that don't know. I want you to tell us some of the major older roads that are under construction that have importance logistically and otherwise, and the newer roads, and tell us why they should have been put on ice otherwise. So let us know, please. Thank you.
Okay. The thing there is this, right? I will not be able to mention all the roads, but I have
give us an example. Give us an example. Just take an example. If you have an opinion on it, that must mean that you have a stronger example.
Okay. I know that the Onitsha, let me start from the Onitsha to Enugu Expressway, has been in construction for ages. The Port Harcourt Aba Expressway and the Enugu Aba Expressway, that one, yeah, we have seen the job is going on, but it's not yet finished, right? Then now, when I go deep, right, into like maybe like Abia, Ekotebene Road, those places are dead traps. The East-West Road, yeah, it's still under construction, but not yet finished. So there are many roads that we could have put emergency on, inner roads. Because you see, we stay in the southwestern part of Lagos, in southwestern part of Nigeria. You might not see these things. When you go deeper, even when you come into Southeast, you see there are many federal roads that have not been done.
So Joel, you mentioned 3 roads, and you said 2 are under construction, but they are not finished out of 3. So it means that work are ongoing. You know why I asked you this question?
No, but this is the thing, right?
For those that don't know, for those that are not aware, I've actually just posted a link from YouTube, very quickly done, of the current status of the Onitsha Enugu Expressway in terms of progress as of 27th of July 2025, which is quite a long time ago. I'm trying to find a more recent video, just so, like I said, it's for us that are ignorant so that we can actually become enlightened. So thank you.
So you know why I asked the question, right? Because for a very long time, we have, like especially in Edo State, we have 2 major federal roads, and one is going from 2 major. So let's say 3. So one is going to the Abuja side, one is going towards Lagos, going to Delta State. Both of them are currently under work, and that hasn't been the case in a long time. And you look at it, you see across the country, the man is not only that they are working, but he is touring, walking, visiting sites, and everything. Even sometimes I feel sorry for the man. Like, how do you have time to go from one place to another, one place is in Sokoto, tomorrow is in Aba, tomorrow is in this place.
Brother.
Yo. The man has so much.
Joel, hold on, Joel. See, Joel, all those roads you mentioned, yeah, I just want to ask you for this, yeah, please. have an open mind for this government, of even for David Umahi. You see, 99% of those roads you mentioned, they're actually working on it, and they're giving it a quality work. It's been done on that road. But because you are looking at it from an aspect, that's how I can read your this thing, because you keep saying it's because this person is not working for Obi. To you, it's not doing anything because it's not in the government you want.
No, it didn't say not. It didn't say it's not doing anything.
Look.
Hold on, sir. The new road you are complaining, you just don't want to mention Lagos-Calabar Expressway. So are you not saying because we have some bad old road, we shouldn't open up the the country? Is that what you're saying? You understand? You can
I say something? Can I say something? Can I say something? See, look, I am not. If I tell you that I am against the coastal road, I was never against the coastal road. All I said is priority. Fix your inner road first, then you can now go to the coastal roads. Because
Are you an engineer? Are you an engineer?
No. Forget about
engineering. Are you even a logistics? Are you a logistics person? If you want to relieve the inner roads, the first thing and this is something any country. You go to any country in the world where you want to relieve traffic on inner roads, okay? What you usually want to do is to have a circular road, or in this case in Nigeria, have a circular cross-Atlantic road, which is what we have in Nigeria. Okay, we are building a coastal road along the Atlantic, which is circular in nature, which bypasses the inner network and actually diverts traffic to the outside. Now, once you relieve the inner roads of traffic, you can do a lot. You can actually do urban renewal. Okay, you can and then also do, and part of your urban renewal might be also like your rail network, your intercity rail network. You can then redo your inner roads as well. So actually, doing the coastal road is actually, because one thing about inner roads is this: you will never be able to actually decongest them enough to have enough time to actually put a lot of effort on the inner roads. So you'll be doing a lot of patch work. You'll be doing things in sections. You know, and we know the nature of budgets in Nigeria. We know the transitional nature of politics in Nigeria. So I think as a serious administration that wants to do a proper job from a logistical and engineering point of view, taking into account the geographical and the weather situations in Nigeria, you finish your coastal road, divert a lot of the traffic to the coastal road, actually improve efficiency and logistics. That would actually then allow you to do urban renewal in a lot of the cities that the inner roads connect. You'll be able to also repair the inner roads. You'll be able to decide which ones you want to keep, which ones you want to focus on. You'll be able to actually improve your intercity rail system.
Brother.
So that's actually how it works. You can go to anywhere in the world. That's how it works. No. That's the logic anywhere in the world.
No. Look, see. You are talking about the congestion and the congesting the road. I get it.
No, I'm not just talking about decongesting the road. I'm talking about the logistical. I'm just talking about even the project management of how you do your inner roads.
If you want to, if you're even talking about decongesting the road from heavy loads, right? That's really destroying the roads. Probably we'll start talking about building proper rail system. But let me just say this. When you look at the issues we have in Nigeria, the inner roads are impassable in some sections. I can tell you there are federal roads in Anambra State that are impassable. I cannot mention them here, but they are impassable. What I am saying is this: before you build new ones, repair the existing ones. Then when you repair the existing one, you now say, okay, I want to decongest traffic. How do I decongest traffic here? Because it's not every part of Nigeria that have congested roads. So when you're looking at when you're looking at the Shagamu, Bini, or the Shagamu, expressway down to the east, right? That is a major trunk. If you are building a coastal road, it will really help in the congesting that road. I get it, But make your inner roads passable first. Those are your priorities because that is where most of your people reside.
Joe, they are working on
most
of this road, Joe, now. So what's the
problem? They're not working on most of. See. They're working on major ones, but it's a whole lot of major roads in Nigeria that are not being touched already.
Yeah, but they cannot touch all the road. They cannot touch all the road at the same time.
No, they cannot. They cannot. But at least if you put, if there is an emergency on road construction in Nigeria, especially the inner road, let it be passable. Then whatever road you want to build
now, it's a governor. What is the road go to the federal government?
I'm talking about federal roads that are there are federal roads in states. What are you talking about? They are federal roads in states.
They are working on them.
Oh, please, see. No, they are not. They are not. They are not working on all of them. And I'll tell you that for free. They are not.
Yeah, but they cannot work on all of them at the same time.
They cannot work. Yes. So if you cannot work on all of them, right? If you cannot work on all of them, that's the more reason why you should concentrate on them.
Yeah, but
what are you doing? No. See, the coastal road. Look, my brother, the coastal road will come. The coastal road will come. Right?
Hold on, please. If this man is not the one is doing, you're gonna be the first person that to come say, "Oh, what did he do anything now? You only this."
No. This is the thing. What is the major thing that caused a deterioration of our road? The containers that applies to our roads. They come from, so when you look at that stretch, that Shagamu down to Ore, the major thing that is causing a problem on that road is the load on that road. So we should be talking about rail or the congesting the port that we have in Lagos State. They move it down to they congested it to all those Warri and Akwa Ibom and Port Harcourt. They let those heavy containers go on sea. What are we talking about? We do these things and we know that they put up through this. It's because of interest.
Joel,
make our country more functional.
Joel, do you understand the current rail network in Nigeria? As is at the moment, the functional rail network in Nigeria.
Before I leave.
Because for instance, I know that towards the plateau, I think plateau states. There's actually the old rail. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Sorry. Before I leave, I want to quickly divert our attention to something we will all agree on today. So, what do you think is going to be the score tonight?
I don't want to say. I don't think it's proper.
No, it's proper.
You can have it. Yes.
What do you mean? Give us a number, please.
2-1. God, I don't know. I don't want to try God for real. You know, I want my jersey to work today. I've been very proud and very, but I'm also very, as the hours draw near, I'm becoming very,
You're getting more worried.
Yeah.
So they're going
to be fighting a war. Those boys. I mean, our boys are going to have to fight a war against the whole country.
I've been on some Moroccan page on TikTok, so we'll be going boost with each other. So.
Yeah, those guys are going to be out there. Those guys are going to be in the stadium, absolutely chanting. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for our boys. It's going to be very tough.
Listen to me.
It will be tough.
If the coach keep to what he's been doing, I think we beat them. That's my opinion. If you just keep to that high pressure football, because one thing I understand, one thing you should know is that in that on that feed today, you're going to have the last 3 African Footballer of the Year. 2 of them on our side, 1 of them on their side, which is Ashraf Hakimi. So I don't think they are better than us. But the problem we've had from time is that we've not been able to play proper structural football until this tournament.
They have Diaz as well. They have Diaz guys is dangerous as well.
Yeah, it's dangerous. But I'm talking about the last 3 African Footballer of the Year. 3, Osimhen, Lookman, and Ashraf Hakimi. So those have been the best 3 in Africa for the past 3 years. So, and 2 of them is on our side. So, and Osimhen and Lookman are on very good form as well in this tournament.
Yeah. So, Akko as well is doing very well. We have a good team. we have a very good team and we have a good bench. That's one thing I like.
The same struggle that Algeria struggled against us, Morocco we still have that problem. All we need to do.
Yeah, I don't think it's the tactical matter. I think it's the psychological that I'm worried about. Those boys, that stadium will be full of Moroccans. That'll be absolutely on home top. They've been spending billions on their they're good spirits. But when you come onto a field there, even I've heard interviews of some of the greatest football players in the world that will say that they went into the Real Madrid stadium on the final day against Real Madrid with a packed Real Madrid stadium. They went to San Siro, or they went to Liverpool, or went to Galatasaray, and they got into the stadium. Yes, you're hyped. Yes, you've prepared. Yes, you've done your homework. You spend the whole week preparing yourself, preparing your mind. But on that day when you step onto that field and you hear their supporters shout and chant and sing songs and hit drums and when you get to a corner, you want to take a corner, they're shouting at you. You want to take a free kick. It's gonna be hell.
Those boys are professional. They play professional football home and away.
So yeah, but professional. I'm telling you that these are things I've heard professional footballers say that yes. The atmosphere in the stadium does play a part.
Yeah, the atmosphere is there, but I'm still telling you, if this team play that high pressure football that they've played throughout this tournament, they'll beat Morocco. I'm telling you today.
I think they need to. They're going to get some early chances, and I think they need to take their early chances. If they get a goal, if they get a very early goal, they can silence the Moroccans. That's really what it is.
You see that Algeria result? That 2-0 flattened them. That is not like that. That was a proper demolition. I watched that game. I'm like, is this Nigerian playing?
That's a classical game of football.
If they took all their chances, that would have been at least 4-0. 4
or 5, we'll say. 5 easy.
So for me, and I watched the game before Algeria as well, it was the same. So if they can maintain that tempo, high pressing, high pressure, come on, man. I don't see them stopping.
It is not playing today, though. I feel I don't know.
It is not playing. But no, actually, I think the other guy playing Onyeka both playing. Onyeka and Onyeka both playing. And they're both very good. And they can score goals. That's the other thing about them, unlike Ndidi. Ndidi can shoot very well, but Onyeka and Onyeka can shoot from distance very well, very accurately. And they can drive better than Ndidi. They can drive into the box better than Ndidi. Ndidi is disciplined as a player, as a leader, but Onyedika and Onyeka are younger, they have fresher legs, they are younger, and they can actually shoot from range and they can drive into the box, which Ndidi can't quite do as well. So
today is that
we have the advantage there as well.
Stanley should not do any madness today. That's the only. If Stanley today tried any madness,
Stanley has not been tested in this competition. He's not been tested at all in this competition. He's not been tested at all. He's not
but that is because of the way that is the pressing game. We've taken the defense to them already. So this
no. You have to give credit and defense. Ajayi and this guy have been very good. Ajayi and
I'm telling you, the forward midfield guys have done great. They've pressed very. I've watched the matches and I'm like, wow.
So my position is 2-1. 3-1. Sorry, 3-1.
I think it will be 2. I think it will be 2-2. Nigeria will win on penalties.
No.
If we go to penalties, we are done. We cannot afford to go to penalties. We cannot afford to go extra time. We need to dominate the game, and we need 2 goals between us and them.
My prayer is that this coach does not play any defensive game, because we lost AFCON last time because of that defensive-minded coach that we had. If we had this kind of coach then, we would have won that AFCON last time. We would have won it. But this is my take,
my brother. My take is this. We're going to win 3-1, and these are my reasons. Whenever Nigeria is about to win a trophy, there are certain players that I look at. I look at certain players that are working at above average. We have Osimhen, we have Lookman, we have Bruno Oyemachi. You see, we have in every department, we have Osayi, right? So we find out that in every department of the game, we have at least above average players. Now, when you come to the defense, right? You have Basi.
He's been great. He's been lovely.
Right? So
Ajayi,
you see that you have Ajayi. These guys have been solid. Then now you in the midfield. If you guys remember, we've always won our game off our midfield.
Wobi has been magical.
Wobi has been off the charts. And that is why I know that it's our time to win. We're going to win. Iwobi has been, you see, those passes, right? If you go maybe like 2-3 goals before this match, you can always see that Iwobi always have this like pre-assisting passes. Maybe he passes to somebody and the person crosses.
Very direct opening passes,
Very direct opening. So I believe that we're going to win 3-1. It's not too much to demand. We've always done better with North African teams, unlike maybe like Cameroon. So I think we're going to do much better. It's going to be a 3-1 victory for Nigeria.
So Aro, you don't want to predict your own?
I don't want to test God.
Okay. Kenny, what's your own prediction?
Me?
Yeah.
It's going to be 2-1 now.
Okay.
2-1.
Yeah. Come on, Eagles. Come on, Eagles.
What happened is we're going to score first. They're going to.
Then somebody should tell one man to do a live broadcast for that man. Yeah, for that match.
So live stream. Yeah, so that we can be.
So we come here, we'll be following the match.
Exactly.
You know what I did yesterday? I was going to do it this evening. I was going to be on the way home because I get off work late enough, and then I have about an hour before the match starts. So that would be like commute time. So yesterday I was thinking, I don't want to be stopping at the shop to buy beer. Or the way home yesterday, I bought beer. I'm fully loaded. I'm ready for this match. I'm psyched for the match, but I'm very worried about it. You know?
What time is the match?
It's 8 p.m. on my side of the world anyway.
9:45.
On my part of the world is 8 p.m. anyway. So.
On our side it's 8 p.m. I think Nigeria is going to be 9 or 8 p.m. as well.
Yeah, it's going to be
in Nigeria. No one in the US here. No one in the US here.
I don't know, but I don't know what time it will be on your side in the US.
It's going to be around. I don't know. What about you guys now?
So, right, it will be around maybe like 12:1 then. 1 p.m.
Probably yes, around that time.
Because we're like 6-7 hours ahead and behind.
Aha.
So it's probably around maybe like 1-2.
No. If it's 8 p.m. in the evening, it's gonna be like
2 o'clock.
Is it 2 o'clock?
See, this America.
Yeah.
You remember the time? You remember then when they had this Atlanta?
Atlanta for midnight. Midnight, they watched Atlanta that time. Midnight, they watched Atlanta that time. I can remember very well. Atlanta 96.
This is why when this World Cup they are hosting, it's going to be a big problem. You know, like it's going to be.
It's going to be what it is. But I mean, to be frank, a lot of people in this part of the world now watch a lot of American stuff. So I have friends that watch NFL. A lot of friends that watch NFL and watch, I watch basketball sometimes as well.
You're not going to have people go to the pub here at 2 o'clock.
Of course. No, it depends. No. Think about it. I mean, where I live, there's some sport pubs that open, and what they do is, there's a few pubs over here. They'll open, all right, and they'll be open till maybe 12 p.m. They'll have the sports on the TV around. Before midnight, they will then have the nightclub part of things kind of kick in. But I think what you're gonna see is they're gonna actually have that sports pub kind of environment stay there for longer. So they won't just turn over to the nightclub sooner. They'll still be serving food and having sports on for much longer into the middle of the night. You know what I mean? I think that's what's gonna happen. And I think also the games will be earlier in the day. So you have games earlier. So they'll do something about it. But at the end of the day, I know what you mean. Most Europeans wouldn't be able to watch it quite the same way as what we have in Europe. At the end of the day, football is consumed in this part of the world more than I think on the opposite side over there. You know. So it's gonna play a part. But I think they'll do something about it. I mean, there was Qatar as well. When the game was in Qatar, It was a bit funny timing as well, and
It was funny
everybody
timing.
just
It was funny timing.
yeah. So
You
and
know, and
people
the problem,
just,
people are complaining now about this ICE issue as well. You know, like I don't know how it's going to affect people traveling to US to watch.
No. That gentleman in the White House is a wheeler dealer. And what you have seen is you've seen the FIFA president Infantino. He has been buttering him up. You know, he has been really working on them. And I think the reason Infantino has been doing all he's been doing is to make sure that anytime he then goes to Trump and says, you know what, for this thing to be a success, we need this. You need to relax your guys, you need to relax this legislation.
No, but what has ICE got to do with it? What has ICE got to do with it? ICE is not going to arrest you.
You don't want them to be harassing visitors.
What do you mean? What are they going to do with it?
No, they're not going to arrest visitors. No. See, if you no, hold on, please.
You want them to shoot the way they shoot that woman.
They are not. It was wrong the way they did to the woman. The woman was wrong.
How can you
did you watch the video? Did you watch the video?
Even the Trump himself, they've changed their mind to say they've changed their own mind now. Are you saying
no. She blocked. Hold on, please. If you and I did the same thing, right, we will be shot.
No, you shouldn't.
You block the traffic. Hold on, you slow the traffic. Hold on, please. You block the traffic right? You block them to slow them down first, right? Secondly, you almost ran over one of them. No, it's not going to be something that happens.
He did it. So okay. Let's say almost.
No. It's a threat. It's a threat. No, hold on. You are not the one. You're not the policeman, right? So we cannot put them out there. And you can't do that. Hold on.
John, you know, in the court of law, that's not how it works. In the court of law, even the police code is about measured response. A measured response in terms of threat.
My brother, if you had a job, you won't be out there disrupting law enforcement officers from doing their job. No, you don't do that.
He was not in danger.
Okay, let her explain that to her. Let her explain that to God, because at the end of the day, even if a government comes in and does something to him, at least he's still alive. She is with her Lord. That's the difference.
Well, she has departed this wicked world. That's
yes, okay, that's fine. And that is good.
Joy, can I ask you a question? Joy, I want to ask you a question, right?
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
If the police that shoot a woman like that,
Nigerian police will not shoot you like that.
Joy will tell you that Nigeria.
Let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question. That a Nigerian police is about to do an operation, right? Then you go block them. Tell me what's going to happen. You be the judge. You go and block them. It's because we live in a country where they say it's freedom.
It's a protest.
Right? Hold on, that's what I'm saying now. You're trying to bring Nigeria into it. And I'm asking you, that's a Nigerian police.
ICE is not police. ICE is their border
ICE
control.
is a law enforcement. It is backed by law.
Gentlemen, don't let us get dragged into this. Don't let us get dragged into this.
You must respect them. It's not apparatus.
Joy, I want to ask you a question quickly. I want can you please 1 second, right?
All right,
Joy, do you I want you to imagine something now. I want to believe that you're an American citizen with an American passport, naturalized citizen, right? So how would you feel? Say you are working
that might be collected for your hand anytime, Joy. Don't get carried away.
Let's forget that part. I want to give you an example now, right? How do you feel living in a country where you are a citizen of that country and you're walking on the street? Maybe you are with an Australian guy, a white guy, and a border force agent came in and then start asking you questions for your ID. This Australian guy might not even have the right legal documents to be in that country. What do you think are the chances of them stopping you and that guy?
It has nothing to do with the chances. If you ask me for my ID,
what do you think are the chances that
let me ask me a question now. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't have problem with law enforcement officers stopping me.
I know.
I don't have. Listen now. I don't have anything to hide. If you stop me, you ask me for my ID. I give you my ID. So if I go to the store to buy beer, they ask for my ID. If I want to travel, they ask for my ID.
So do you
if
know
I want to take an exam, they ask for my ID.
So
Why is it wrong for me to present my ID to a law enforcement officer?
So you have no issue with being profiled?
No, it's not being profiled. Let me tell you something. You don't stay here.
Did you understand the premise of my question?
Hold on. Profiling, we take this thing too far.
No, I just I put context. You and somebody, let's say you and an Australian guy is walking on the street. The guy does not even have documentation. He doesn't have any paper, but you're an American citizen, right? So what will make an ICE agent to stop you and not that guy?
And the ICE agent they don't just stop like that. They have places that they go to. And if they stop me, there is nothing wrong.
No,
that's my point.
I've watched a video.
You stop me and you ask me for what? My ID. I will give you my ID.
You're being profiled just because of the color of your skin.
Forget the profiling. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. If we were in Nigeria, right? And right now, okay, let me use Nigeria as a scenario. And we are trying to get the Fulani terrorists. Will people stop people like you? Will the police stop people like you? No, they're going to stop people that looks like the Fulanis.
That's
right.
Not true.
Oh no, it's true.
Joe in Nashville. Can I bring something to you? Because I'm
90% of people that have come through the border, right, have been people of Hispanic descent.
Okay.
And partly black folks. So black folks do not get harassed that much as Hispanic folks.
So
and
that makes it all right.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
So
it is okay.
So the question I ask you now is that why are white folks not being stopped?
It's white folks. White folks have been stopped too.
No,
they are.
Why should they stop?
You see, the media don't want to show you that. They do stop them. The problem is this. See, let me tell you something. The issue is this. You listen to you listen to CNN and ABC and all that. Go on the ICE channel. You will see people that they've stopped. They have stopped many people.
I watch a lot of ICE programs.
And let me tell you something, right? Most of see, there is no doubt. You have watched the program. The people that they stopped or the people that they searched, who are they? Mostly Hispanic, and rightly so. Let us not be emotional about it.
But why rightly so?
No, rightly so because Biden let about 12 million of them through the border in the past, and there is illegal immigrant crime being committed. Look at the one going on in Minnesota, over 40 billion being stolen. Look at the amount of money it is costing the sanctuary cities. Today, California, Chicago is bankrupt. Go to California, go and look at the fund that is being siphoned through these illegal means. Because what happens is that No, it's not in Windows. I'm telling you about money.
I don't care much about all this stuff. All I can just say is there's some amount of hypocrisy in Joe's position, not because of his position itself, but because of his previous position. Because if Joe says that if you say that you are not particularly opposed to profiling, you can't then say that you have an issue with Operation Python Dance.
How? Python Dance. Look, let me tell you something. Operation Python Dance. They knew who they were looking for, right? And every person in the southeast, right?
Is it possible?
No. See,
so I should never hear you say that. I should ever hear you say something about Python Dance. In that case, Python Dance was legitimate, was logical, and was carried out legally, morally and legally.
Hold on, my brother. See, let me tell you something. Python Dance, right? Then there were insecurity issues.
Guys, I'm going to have to leave you guys. So I need to get myself to the gym and back before this match kick off. So hopefully
let's talk later now.
All right.
Nice one.
All right.
I'll give it back.
Joel, are they with you? Are they hear you?
Mm-hmm. See what's in there. See, the issue of IPOP was also affecting Southeasterners. That is what many of you don't know. The
Joel, you are changing your tone. You didn't say this some months ago.
No.
You did not say this some months ago.
I did.
You did not say this some months ago.
Ask one man. No, see, I don't get it back. Ask one man. I have never been in support of IPOB because I have always said that whatever thing you can do in a big way, you can also do in a small way. When the rave of Nnamdi Kanu was on, I said to myself, dude, you have good thoughts. Well, that is what you make us to see, right? For the country Biafra. Now, you have the support of Southeasterners. Why don't you open up why don't you register a political party and take over the governance of Southeast? At least that thing you want to do in a big way, you can also do it in a small way in the Southeast. Why do I tell you that? We have one of the most useless, if not the most useless leaders, in group of leaders in Nigeria. Talking about Southeast leaders, right? So the issue there is this: if he had come in to present us with alternative facts, alternative option, vote us, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this. No corruption. We're going to build roads and a stand and all that. We're going to register for that political party and vote him and see what he does. But what happened? No, he had other plans, and it started getting into his head. And as those plans were getting into his head, it was also getting into the head of those people that were of his followers. So the indiscriminate killing in the Southeast, as a result of their action or inactions, because some people also leveraged on some of their utterances to commit mayhem in the Southeast, and that really affected the economy of the Southeast. So people were ready to travel to get kidnapped. Even though we also knew that the prison jailbreak in Imo State sometime in 2021, 2022 also contributed to the increased kidnapping that we have in that region. But the people, the government should have done more. The leaders should have done more. And they did not. So Nnamdi Kanu should have taken over the government of the Southeast. He did not. And now the Southeast economy is bouncing back, because this December was the first time people traveled home, and issue of insecurity was at the barest minimum, as it used to be. As it used to be.
Did a lot of people travel home this December?
Yes, a lot of people travel home. Yeah, a lot of people travel home this December. It was safe. You cannot build a society where there is insecurity. You want Biafra. Biafra is a marathon. And if we are to go by the kind of utterances we are seeing today, who is going to live in that Biafra and be free? So let us take it easy. If we are going to, let us go through the system. When it comes to census, you say no, you're not going to do census. But at the same time, you're still living in Nigeria, and you know that resources are being shared based also on your population. You decimate your population that you're protecting for Biafra, and you're still working, or you're still traveling with the Nigerian passports. You're still living under the Nigerian government. You can chew gum and play ball. You can still look for your Biafra while still being very, very participatory in the present government, making sure that at least you're feeding, making sure that at least you have good roads. And
this is your own position. Is this a universal state of mind?
I'm telling you, it's the mindset of most Igbo men or most Igbo people.
I mean, we are not the only Igbo person on this platform. Others can fight that.
Oh yes, I mean, I'm just telling you, most of us don't. The issue, that's the reason why we are also saying that those in government should also help some of us, because it's something to say, okay, somebody is crying, I am being marginalized, and I say, oh, you're not being marginalized, and they are pointing out some maybe like the disadvantage in state creation, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, these are facts. It is not that what they are saying is wrong. What they are agitating for is not wrong. Because when you go to the Southeast, you're going to see a dearth of leadership. especially from the state and the federal government. So they have reasons to agitate. Then what does a government do, a responsible government do? You go and you start addressing these issues. Like I was telling somebody, I said, if Obi becomes the president, this agitation will just die immediately. It's not dying because Obi became the president. It's dying because, like, you have nothing to hold on to agitate anymore. Because you also have to understand that people are exploiting this situation. People are exploiting it. And it's usually the educated ones among them. And they start preaching, and people start donating to them. And they become powerful.
Joel, by your assertion then, you can't then dispute it when some people come over here and claim that the obedience mandate is essentially an Igbo mandate.
No, it's not an Igbo mandate. No, it's not an Igbo mandate.
You just claim that if Obi becomes the president, they have nothing to hold on to.
Yes, I mean,
Tinubu is the president of Nigeria, and the Yoruba nation people have not stopped.
Okay,
they are still vehement.
Okay, let me just tell you this, right? The opportunity presented itself in Obi. Before now, we've had other Igbo candidates that came out, and we never even came out to support them. But Obi transcends beyond the Southeast. Obi's popularity, what Obi does, what Obi represents, is what many Nigerians are yearning for. You might hate him or love him, you might say, oh, he did this, he did that. The problem is this, the thing is this. Do you think that if Tinubu had something on Obi, that they won't bring it out? They are those in government. They have access to all the files. Soludo today is one of the biggest critics of Peter Obi. Do you think he is the governor of the state? Do you think that if he has anything on Obi, that he's not going to bring it out? No. That is the point. Look at it from that aspect. I am in politics with you, and people love you, and they're seeing you close to a saint, and I'm your competitor, and I'm in government who has files of the things you did in the past. What do you think would be my option? I will just leave you to go, and people will just have that belief of you. I will try to dent it. They cannot dent Obi. Forget all these things, and that's the reason why when you see people supporting Obi, no, it's just because the same thing that we are suffering from bad governance in the Southeast, and we see Obi as a good person. Other people outside the Southeast see Obi as that guy. Regardless, if Obi gets out of the ADC today, my brother, it's over. I can tell you for sure.
Obi don't have capacity to do anything, my brother.
That is what you think. You see, that's what happened before 2023, right? What did we say? Everybody was like, 4 people tweeting in a room, like that. And you guys you took it guys by storm, right? This one will be even bigger.
See, 2023 election, Joel.
Oh yes.
APC work against themselves. APC allowed that shenanigans to happen. This time,
no,
it's going to happen.
No. And Aro. Let me tell you this. What APC got was the head of the parties, the head of government, but the soul of the people remains with Obi. Forget all this movement you're seeing. In the Southeast, I know we're going to beat them with Odo. And that is why I am saying that Tinubu should help reduce the enthusiasm in the next election for voting against him by, reducing the suffering of the people. Because if an OB gets the ticket in a place like ADC, he is guaranteed some votes from the northern part of Nigeria. Forget it. It's going to be over before 12 o'clock that day. I promise you. If Obi gets the ADC tickets and the economy remains like this, I wrote Gidiba. I am telling you on this show, on one man show, that the election and Obi is made the flag bearer of ADC on election day, or the election will be over by 12 p.m. Even those with the rigging who cannot come out to rig, because when you only rig, you know why people rig? They rig because probably there is a scanty, right? It's not enough people. No, there are people. There is a crowd. You see, you will not even bring out a dime to bribe anybody to vote for or against.
But why did Abga give people money in the last elections?
Say?
Abga gave people money last election.
Don't you know that Soludo is the most useless professor in Nigeria?
Oh, come on. I mean, I would go that far. The man is probably one of the best central bank governors we've ever had.
Aro,
I mean, yes, I'm with you. Which
state are you from?
I'm from Osun State by God's grace.
Osun, you have the dancing governor.
Oh yes, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, I would have said you should come and carry Soludo.
Since you don't like Soludo, I'll take Soludo. You can have a day. At the end of the day, Ade is your king's man. His mother is from his mother. He's your king's man as well.
It's better for you to come and dance for me. At least I know that person is
Ade communicates perfectly in Igbo language. His mother is Igbo, so I mean, that way you have.
That is what I'm saying. I will give you Soludo. I will give you Soludo plus his family and everybody.
You can have Ade and his family as well. Happily will give you Ade and his family.
You know what happened? This guy told us he was going to make Anambra Dubai Taiwan. We did not see the T in Taiwan. We did not see the D.
Being disingenuous.
Even the Anambra. Hold on now. I'm from Anambra State. I'm telling you now. I will tell you what is going on. His first day in office, Obasanjo, he organized I think an anniversary party or something, and he invited Obasanjo. Obasanjo was advising this man on the area where he has comparative advantage in agriculture, manufacturing, low-hanging fruits. This Buffon came on stage and said that he's trying to build train in the sky train. You are trying to build sky train in the sky. You don't even have train on the ground. Anambra is not even connected. Hold on now. Anambra is not connected to the rail line. You don't know that? Anambra is not connected. That is why I'm talking. That's when I keep saying that we don't have a country. You cannot have a manufacturing hub like Anambra, and you don't have a train passing through. Which other place would it pass through? The place that is passing through. What are they
Joel, I've seen the government rail their blueprints, or what would I call it? And I believe there's actually an eastern corridor that they are trying to open that actually covers northeast and southeast, and then connects it to the existing narrow, not the narrow gauge, the standard gauge. So they're going to connect the existing standard gauge and build an eastern line. So I've seen it. There's actually a real blueprint that the government has.
Let's just in your own. Let me ask you this question: if Nigeria was a family and you're the head, and you want to invest money on rail line,
okay,
where are the first places you're going to make sure that they have rail line?
The first place I will make sure.
Looking at. Yeah, go ahead.
So the first place I will look at would be.
The comrade wants something. Your comrade is there, I think.
Okay, comrade, come in now. Comrade even knows Nigeria more than me, so he can.
No. Just I mean.
So for me, I will do what they've done with the north, because they've tried to connect Lagos State to Kaduna and Kano. That's very important. That's a very important trade route. And then I will then also do the Eastern Corridor. Now, I think they should have put more effort into the Eastern Corridor to bring that up to speed, because that can then really make, so you then have a triangulation, okay, on the Eastern Corridor connecting the standard gauge and also you have your northern Kaduna dry port, right to the port in Lagos, Tinkan, and then you have your eastern corridor, will then connect the likes of Calabar on the rail and connect Calabar to Lagos as well. Now, I want you to remember this, that there's actually allocation on the coastal road for rail. You know that?
I know.
They actually have an allocation for in the future, so they can put a rail line along the coastal road. So I mean, they're thinking ahead. So I'm not going to deny the fact that we've been asleep for years. We've been asleep for decades. But you have to give this administration some props for actually having a plan.
They are not fast enough.
They are not rich enough either. They are not rich enough either.
Tinubu did not sign an executive order to declare a state of emergency on power. And let me tell you something. One of the reasons, hold on, Arubidiba. Let me tell you something. One of the reasons why we have high costs of commodities in Nigeria is power.
Yes,
look at what I mean. Look at.
And one of the reasons we can't manufacture, we're not competitive in the manufacturing.
It comes. So, and Tinubu in his campaign said that if he does not address the issue of power, that we should vote him out. Tinubu will be
let me address the power. Let me address the power because I understand power very well. From a technical perspective, I understand the power somewhat. Okay, so let me address this. The problem with power, actually, the biggest problem we have with power is transmission. It's actually not generation. And the reason we've not been able to attract investment is because transmission. So I don't know if many of us understand how the privatization was done. The federal government still maintains the vast majority of the transition network in terms of ownership. And that's the problem we have. Now, we are not rich enough, really, to do what we want to do. We don't have the money. But what the government has done, which is to actually liberalize and actually allow state governments to allow, mini grids, okay? So we don't have a centralization of the grid as we used to have anymore. Everybody can generate power, transmit power, and distribute power and get paid for it at your state level, at your local governments, even at your estate. You can get together, band it together, and generate power. And I think that's really the solution, a quick solution to what we have, rather than what we've been practicing for years that got us nowhere. I'm trying to have a national centralized transmission network. It did nobody no favors. They generate power somewhere in Ibadan, and you want to transmit it all the way across countries to another part of the world. It doesn't work like that. Nobody does that anyway.
Can somebody say something very quick?
Yeah, please, come on. We're waiting for you.
Yeah. I've heard. Good morning, everybody. I've been listening on the background. I've been listening to my brother Joel from Nashville. I've been Joel of Nashville. There was something you said last time that if Obi is giving the ticket of ADC, the election will be over by 12 noon. And by 12 noon, yeah. Tinubu will be defeated. And anybody that is, he said the election will be over by 12 noon and Tinubu will be defeated. That's what I said. I said if Obi is given the ADC, I'm coming. It's not a question. It's not a question. You also alluded to the fact that if anybody rings the next election, the person should be ready to pay the maximum penalty. Yes, because they are terrorists. Yeah, and you gave your reason that the death caused as a result of bad governance is more than the number of deaths recorded by act of terrorism. So, and that's a fact. Yeah, I'm not doubting what you're saying, but talk is cheap. How prepared are you? I don't think you live in Nigeria. You are in Nashville. I'm not sure you're prepared to go for that election. Number 2. Number 3, going by what I am going. Listen to you. Why you don't have the patience to listen to other people? Just listen. You've been talking for the past how many hours? Just let me make my point, even if I'm wrong. Even if I'm standing stupid, just let me learn. You already accusing me that I am not going to go back. I'm not accusing you. So I said I'm going to go. You said, and you accepted us. I'm not accusing you of anything. Just let me learn. Continue. You know, I get you. Please allow you to speak, please.
The only thing everybody wants, some people want to hear is that Obi has won. Obi is the candidate of ADC. I think we should go and relax. Can you just listen to I'm talking? And they don't doubt that every parameter, every opportunity is everywhere. Nigerians are yearning for change. Nigerians are tired of APC, they are tired of PDP. All these are cheap political talks, which makes sense to a reasonable extent. But going by what has happened in the past, going by the support Obi had in 2023, people died in the field. I saw a woman that was stabbed in Lagos. She was bleeding profusely. Her face was covered with blood. She came back later to say, I must count my vote. What did Obi do to justify all those efforts? So is it now? I don't see what he's going to do differently, other than go and cry again like a baby that needs sympathy. None of these political assholes care about your sympathy. They don't care. Sympathy is not there in their record. Especially when you're seeking political power, like presidential power. They're not coming to pity for you. Hey, daddy, this is a religious war. Hey, this is politics, not a religious war. Play the way it is. You're not ready to spend money for election. I'm not here to, this is one thing I've never done. And people are not getting it. I've never, people talking about this performance in Anambra, no performance, the corruption, paying money to private thing, the conflict of interest. I don't go there. I'm judging Obi based on what I'm seeing of him as a politician. The tactics is not there. The tactics is not there. The strategy is not there. It's just about talking everywhere, mob everywhere. He has a lot of mob everywhere. He saw people that don't agree with Obi is the best president Nigeria is going to have. I'm also doubting that because I don't know how he's going to perform. But I doubt most of the utterances he make. Moving from production to consumption. He didn't show that in Anambra. That is not even why I'm here today. I'm here because of the strategy. No. Where? How? Where? Let me land. If you have any counter this thing, you are very free. We are not. I don't think we are more than 3 or 4 in this panel. So it's easy for people to say. And again, the way you guys are approaching this politics, the coalition is dead on arrival. Why the APC succeeded in their own coalition? Everybody was ready to make sacrifice, not just the maximum sacrifice, including Tinubu himself. Nobody will have been able to agree before then that Tinubu and a Buhari will be able to sit under the same political roof and discuss politics. But they made it possible because they were ready. They were ready. They were calculated. They were well strategically motivated. They did everything. They put everything into that measure to make sure they dislodge PDP. I'm not saying that. All what I'm hearing here, this is even dead on arrival because everybody is coming with a very myopic and selfish interest. If not my candidate, nothing else will work. You don't play politics like that. Even when you have that one, even that is your mindset, you don't tell the opposition, you don't tell the other party, if not my candidate, is nothing else. You don't play politics like that. So you already defeated even before the major. You already defeated because one thing with politicians you don't understand, they are incurable optimists. Obi is the best. Yes, I'm not doubting that with you. You can have the best adjective in the world to qualify Obi. I don't have a problem with you. That's your, you have reason to do so. It's within your right, inalienable right to do so. Atiku, those that are following Atiku, they see Atiku as the best messiah that will fix Nigeria in one day. And so for some reason based on to them, they have their own right to do so. To Amechi, they feel, considering what he did in Port Harcourt, if given the opportunity, he will transform Nigeria to an Eldorado. They have reason to do so. But when you come into a major like this, a political one like that, I've been involved in what I'm telling you. Everybody is coming to, if it's not me, nobody else. This is why after everything, after primaries, what political parties normally do is to say, even before primaries, if they take a kind of oath, a vow that whoever gets the ticket will be supported. You know what they're trying to protect? Because they know the dangers. They know the consequences of primaries. Out of every 10 or out of about 5 or 10 aspirants, only one candidate is going to emerge. So in your own ADC now, The obedient is either Obi or nothing. The articulated either article or nothing. Even the Amechi that you see as a underdog, if given a level playing ground in a primary, the way this is considered today, assuming without considering that article today is even ready to step down, the candidate of the North will be Amechi. And if you conduct election, primaries, the way I know of Nigerian election, 10 times in a day, an average Amechi will defeat Obi 10 times. And I give you my reasons. Obedient, we don't spend shishi. We don't spend shishi. You don't do Nigerian primary without shishi because you're not going to be there. It's not a free-for-all affair. With the last time we had that was the Ocean A4 under Irunosu in 2012 election. That one is gone and is gone because they know the implication. They don't want to make that mistake again. Am I supporting it? Of course, no. But they don't go there. They give you millions of reasons not to go there. All you have in Nigeria today for a candidate to emerge, there are only 3. Consensus, which is very rare these days, certainly for presidential. Only APC were able to do that, and they did it. No matter how you blame them, how you feel they are not performing, whatever you think, whatever political affiliation you have, you are entitled to your opinion. They did that one perfectly well. They jettisoned their individual ambition, to project, to be able to, leverage on the 12 million support that was already with Buhari. His performance is another discussion, it's a discussion for another day. But they got what they wanted, dislodging PDP. I'm not saying that of ADC. Everybody is saying, either my candidate or not, you don't form a major like that. It is dead on arrival. I repeat again, the major is dead on arrival. Another angle you're looking at, that America may give Tinubu. No, let me land, please. Let me land. I'm almost done. You don't want to give shishi for, I only measure consensus. The other one is indirect primary. The other one is direct primary. The direct primaries may work, not even necessarily work. Because the popularity you think Obi has is popular. I'm not here to condemn him. The popularity will not does not cut across every nook and cranny of Nigeria. Even if you do the direct, which is very rare, they're not going to do that. So the only option left for them is the indirect primaries. Very soon, they have planted their chairman, they have planted their secretary, they have planted the party structure. From there, the delegates will emerge. So those are the people that will go. And you know how the delegates work. You know how the delegates emerge. So instead of concentrating more effort in all these areas, all I see everywhere, all the obedience I see everywhere, either Obi or not, instead of Obi will give it to Tinubu indirectly, which means they are working for Tinubu at the end of the day. For Obi to be able to become a delegate, a candidate, you have to work on the party structure. So this is one bitter truth the obedience are not ready to swallow. Obi going to ADC was the most catastrophic mistake of his life. And if you think the same people he called structure of corruption, they are forgiving him, that person will be deluded. I had a discussion with somebody, a very vibrant person, last week. He was telling me, 1 minute I'm done. 1 minute I'm done. 1 minute I'm done. One way, a very vibrant obedient. He was telling me, Atiku does not have a problem with Obi. Obi does not have a problem. I told him he has a bigger problem. Atiku has a bigger problem with Obi. He sees Obi as the biggest stumbling block to his victory in 2008. And the first time he picked Obi as his running mate, it didn't come from his mind. It was imposed on him by Obasanjo. He wanted to pacify Obasanjo by all means for peace to reign. So if you think he doesn't have anything against Obi, he's just going to organize this structure of ADC and back out for Obi. That's another delusion. The person must be naive. And the other angle they're looking at, that the Tinubu will be giving the Obama treatment from Donald Trump. I don't think how feasible that one is, because Tinubu is different from Jonathan. Tinubu will do everything possible. Tinubu and Donald Trump, they have one thing in common: transactional. So okay, Tinubu,
let them reply to you now. You speak for most.
Yeah, I just want to land it on this point. Tinubu, Trump is ready to get anything, whatever he wants, to do anything. They don't act anyhow, whether Republican or Democrat. It's all about their national interest. And Tinubu on the other side is ready to give anything to get, to sustain his 2027 ambition.
All right.
I don't know how Obi is going to emerge.
Mr. Joe. Okay,
let me respond.
Hold on. You've listened to Mr. Omoruyi now. So
Mhm.
what is the plan of Obi in joining ADC? What's his vision?
Okay.
How is it going to
Okay.
plan out? Don't attack
Okay.
anybody, please. Thank
No,
you.
I'm not. Is that Amori, right? Amori, if you had listened to me earlier on, you would have seen I gave my position in two ways. I gave two options. If Obi is not made the flag bearer of ADC, right, then the party is dead. I said it loud and clear. And the reason is just simple. It is the turn of the South. If you had listened to me earlier too, I gave props to APC. When there was a merger between the ACN and the CPC, when they went to the north, when they went for that merger, there was no question who the candidate was going to be. The star boy Buhari. And everybody started, working towards that ticket. So that is the thing. I have given them their props. They did it nicely. For that of ADC, if they do not give Obi, if Obi does not get the ticket, it's dead on arrival. Because the only way you're going to beat Tinubu is enthusiasm. People coming out to vote. You see, when we talk about rigging, there are numbers that you can rig. When the people are determined to change you, and they have the zeal to come out, that is the main thing in election. Why did Trump win? Trump was able to rile up people to come out and vote. People saw the reason to go out there and vote. Now, Amori, you have many things you said about Obi, but the thing is this. Obi is not a perfect man. Obi is not a politician. Obi is a businessman like Trump, but with a better attitude and with a better mouth. That is all I can say about that. He is not your normal politician. And usually, when those kind of people come in, they come in to do the job and get out. Obi did it in Anambra State. Many people look at Anambra State and be like, oh, Anambra is a small state. And no. That state is very, very powerful, considering the amount of powerful people that you have in that state. That's the state with the highest amount of billionaires per capita. If you knew what Anambra was, I know that some of you knew what Anambra was during the time of Ebekofo and yeah, go ahead.
Before you continue, I just want to hold you on one point you said. You said Obi is not a politician, but he collect appointment from Abacha by managing Port Authority. He was a governor. As what?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let's take it. He collected an appointment from Abacha as what?
To manage the Port Authority, right? And he's gets money from that. That's number one. Secondly, he became a governor 2 times.
He was actually chairman of a committee to clear the congestion.
He was a minister as well, right? After this thing, so all this talk of he's not a politician. Please, my brother, it's not going to work. Obi is a pure full-time politician. All right. So
can you also answer the question of how does he help to emerge in ADC? All I hear everywhere, Atiku should just step down for Obi. Who does that? How does he help to get the ticket?
Please,
because it is the turn of the South. It is the turn of the South, Omori. Unless you want to sell your soul, as a Southerner, I would not sell my soul.
Did you guys learn anything from what happened to PDP? The last time I asked you for the
and what is happening to PDP today? Obi led PDP. Where is PDP today? Let us learn to appreciate this.
You think this is the last chance of Atiku? Atiku is going to start that this time.
PDP will continue. What is the problem?
You have answered it. You have come to my points of argument.
Your point is that you want people to continue. No, my point is this. I said, because you don't want to listen.
You don't misquote me. I don't want people to continue. With the way you guys are going about it, you guys are all working for Tinubu. You guys are all working for Tinubu without knowing it. You just,
and that is fine. And that is fine.
That's the only answer I wanted for you. You have answered it.
Look, see, let me tell you something. The obedient movement is built on fairness and equity and justice. The first thing I remember when in this country, in Nigeria, we used to have back-to-back northern leadership under the military. And we came into democracy. We said, let us do it 8 years north, 8 years south. And I stand by that agreement. That is the bottom. That is the basic. That's the foundation for every agreement we're doing. So whether Obi is going there to go take a VP, that's his business. If Obi takes VP, I can guarantee you, Atiku will not ginger the people to come out in the south. So he has lost the election ab initio.
We're talking about the final election. We're talking about Prime. How does Obi emerge as a candidate? Let's dwell on that first. Because he has to become a candidate to be the flag bearer before he brings his good qualities to be as a president. He cannot put the car before the horse. How does he emerge in ADC? What was his reason for going to ADC? What are your strategies?
Listen. You and I don't know the reason why he went to ADC. And you cannot say for sure that Atiku is going to win the ticket. So all we are just saying is that based on what you are seeing, you're basing your facts or whatever you're talking about based on what you think is going on.
No, the reason why he went to ADC is not even for the same reason we went to Labour. It's not even for the same reason why he left Abga. Let's not overrate this individual as if it's above a mistake.
But no, this is the thing. If that was a mistake, people make political mistakes. He's a human being, and he's well within his right to make mistakes. He will learn from it. If he wants to retire from politics, he retires, and that will be his story. Someone else take over, comes in, learn from that, and we keep it moving. But the country Nigeria must move on. Mistakes are not mistakes. So the issue there is this. If you could allow me just 1 minute, let me just say what I want to say on this issue. I think it's a no-brainer. The issue, we've made it known, even at the obedient, as obedience, we made it known to them that it's going to be, some people say Peter Obi or nothing. I stand by it. Why am I standing by it? He is the star boy of the South. He is the most popular candidate as we speak amongst Atiku, or let me say the most loved candidate amongst Atiku, Tinubu, and amongst Atiku and amongst him, Atiku and Tinubu. He is the most loved. He is the one people look up to. So he is your star boy. If you do not make him or come to a consensus, hold on, please. If he does not win the ticket, I'm just telling you right here today that Tinubu will be in power for the next 4 years. Because even me, I will campaign against Atiku. Because it is the turn of the South. Thank you.
Exactly my point. We have come to the same conclusion. And this is what I just wanted to get from you.
I've always made that point.
I will tell you whatever Obi does is correct. Obi cannot make mistake. Thank you for your honest truth.
No, anybody can make mistake. Anybody can make mistake. But the issue there is that the party itself, the ADC party, do they have wisdom? If they don't have wisdom, then you blow it. And let me tell you something. Like Fayose said, they are breaking apart. Will be worse than that of PDP.
I get with you now. I can hear you guys.
Okay, Mr. Joe, I want to ask you a question. Hold on, sir. Tell me the reason why Obi has to go back to his format. 2023, he said these people are criminal. Their group are criminal. They are criminal of a party of criminality. So give me a good reason why someone that you claim is the star of the South is as clean as snow. He has never seen before, and he has a follower, and people are following him. All the Nigerians are following him. Why did he have to go back into his vomit and join the gang of criminality? Give me a good reason.
Because that is politics.
That is politics.
And that is politics. Now, when you talk about the politics of it, then you need because at the end of the day, if you're going to be the president, you're not going to be the president of only bad people. You're going to be the president of good people and bad people and the average people and all that.
So you have to work with bad people, right? In order for you to get to
that because there's no perfect group. Okay. Show me one perfect group in anywhere in the world. But the issue is this.
Mr. Joe,
listen. Let me tell you something. It does not show desperation. I know that's what you want to say. It does not show desperation.
It shows that he's not a man of his word.
No, he is. The issue is that what is the option?
That means the North. Hold on. Let me tell you this. The North that is trying to align with will not trust him.
No,
that's a fact.
You're getting it all wrong. Let me tell you something.
All right.
We try to.
With you people, I'm listening.
We try to register a political party because people were asking, "What did Obi do?" Yeah, when we saw what was going on in Labour Party, we tried to register a political party. INEC refused. Look at what is going on in Labour Party. The courts, who ought to give clarity in their judgments, gave a vague judgment, even though we know what it all meant. But we also have the executive that will not carry the judgment of the courts. So you see what is going on there, and people will be like, "Oh, don't call Tinubu." No. You are in charge of the police. You are in charge of those institutions. You are in charge to make sure that those institutions are working. If there's a court judgment in the United States, probably, or say, let me just use the simple one. You have a court case and you do not show up, right? What happens? The police goes after you. It is not an option. It is not an option. Where even if you go to another state, they'll be like, "Oh, you have a warrant." They will bundle you and send you back for you to go answer to that case. In Nigeria, it depends on who is in government. If you're friends with someone in government, it doesn't really matter if the court advises you or not. You can always escape court rulings. So that is the issue, my brother. The court, we could not get a new political party that we could build from the top bottom. That would have been the game changer. It is still in the works because we must still get that party so that you and I can go in there and fear for political position.
Jewel, there's a reason INEC did not register political parties because the standards by which new political parties are registered has gone up significantly. So beforehand, registering a political party was much easier. But to the best of my understanding, the issue is for a political party to be registered in Nigeria now, they need to demonstrate that they can be in every single ward right across the country, which is a very tall order.
No, it wasn't a tall order for us. It wasn't a tall order for us.
I mean, if you can demonstrate to the INEC that you can register, that you can be registered in every single ward across the country, they'll register you. I mean, are you talking about ADA? You're talking about ADA. You're talking about ADA. That's the party you're trying to register.
No. We're talking ADA. This way, parties like we were looking at, like we say, if they don't register the obedient party, right? Then we go to ADA, right? This were like options, but in all of them, they did not register any of them. So
ADA is now registered. ADA is registered now. ADA is now registered, to the best of my knowledge.
No. Go look at them. I don't think they're registered.
No, ADA is registered. ADA is registered. ADA was registered some months back.
Okay.
Mr. Joel, are Are you happy the way Obi has mismanaged the support of the obedient movement? Are you happy the way he has not been able to manage those that leverage on obedient movement that rode on his back to National Assembly today?
What would you have him do? What would you have him do? What would you have him do in Labour Party? Hold on now. What would you have him do in Labour Party? What would you do?
One of the qualities of a good leader is to be able to is crisis management. The ultimate measure of a leader is not where you stand in terms of comfort and confidence. In terms of crisis. You can't manage anything. You just want everything on a platter of gold. You want everything to be given to you.
It's not so. Go look at Obi when he was governor. He wasn't a pushover. You can't push him over.
I don't want to go back to another. I'm talking about.
Hold on. The issue is this. When you have a chairman of a party being sponsored by those
people like somebody that said it was two people tweeting in a room. They were committed.
Abure was bought. We all know
this is a Superman from somewhere.
And B, they were all there causing trouble here and there.
How was he able to handle it?
He handled it.
How was he able to handle it?
He has his own faction. He doesn't just want to listen. He just wants to listen to himself.
If you become president tomorrow,
you want to listen to yourself. You want to listen to yourself.
And sabotage. There will be no
guys.
Excuses as usual. Excuses as usual. So if he becomes a president tomorrow, there will be more crisis sponsored for him, internally and externally, even among his cabinet. There will be internal sabotage. There will be external sabotage. I'm not talking about who caused the crisis. I'm telling you about how he was able to handle it. You're telling me who caused the crisis? You think incumbent will sit down and allow you to just walk in and remove them from power without sponsoring political impediment and obstacles for you? I'm not asking you who caused the problem. I'm asking you if you are comfortable the way he was able to handle the situation as a leader. Obi was built around Obi, and he was the strongest factor in the opposition, just like a PDM was in the days of PDP. Are you comfortable the way he was able to handle that situation? You think he's going to do something differently? Or is he going to cry the same way he cried the last time, like a baby? And that's my case. Thank God you answered me well by saying, if they're fighting the way they fight right now, they come with their selfish agenda, everybody wants to get the ticket, Tinubu should continue. You just answered it. You've given me the best answer I've ever gotten from any obedient. And I salute you for that.
All right, Arugidigba.
Comrade, this one today is hot. Yeah, I know with you, Kenny. Whoa, Kenny.
I did, yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I think Jewel and other obedience should take a leaf from Comrade's position, because Comrade is union. You know, so he has a tendency for your position. I can understand his position. He's someone that comes across as someone that has experience when you look at politics at the local level. When you look at politics, it's the same. There's things that are not the same, but there's a lot of things that you can learn from the past. And the problem I have with Obi, I really want Obi to be on the ballot in 2027. In fact, I don't want anybody else apart from Obi and Tinubu on the ballot in 2027. I really want to see who the big dog is, and I want to see the value. I want issue-based politics where Obi will stand on the rostrum, you know, and say, this is what I believe in, these are the principles I believe in, the political principles, these are the fiscal policies I'm going to actualize, these are the monetary policies I'm going to, you know, put forth.
Can anyone hear me?
No, well, now I can. Previously, I couldn't hear anything. But I want to be on that ballot in 2027.
Now, you said you want to be at 2027. Do you know why I concur with Omori? Now,
I'm not in disagreement with Mr. Omori. I agree absolutely with Mr. Omori. His position about Obi, the way he's been able to maintain the obedience and the possibilities, in ADC and whatnot. I absolutely agree with you. I'm just telling you what for me would be a dream situation. A dream situation I know that is just it's more likely than not never going to come true because of the actions of Mr. Obi himself.
Okay, do you know what? Yeah, even on TikTok, everybody, there's one simple question I've been asking people. Anytime I have that opportunity, everybody's saying Obi. And Obi has been going around since 2023, you know what I mean, after the election. Now we are getting close to the 2027 election. Has Obi given us any direction that is going? All the policies going to roll out as against this current situation we have in Nigeria?
That is what I want to hear. Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Current reform we are going through. Has it give us any indication? Okay.
Policy positions. Yes, policy positions is what I want to hear. And I think that's one.
Everybody should just step down for Bito. Everybody should step down.
That is one thing Tinubu did in 2023.
If Nigeria, you should step down. If Atiku lost Nigeria, you should step down. If Amechi lost Nigeria, you should step down. All these people have failed in the past. You condemn every other person except Obi. And somebody is telling you Obi is the only factor in ADC. You applaud that. That is you demarcating the party you hope you even think is going to be a better alternative. You don't play politics like that. Fayose is telling you Obi is the only thing. Every other person is a spent force, which means you have accepted that.
Yeah, but Fayose is trying to deceive them. Don't you see that? Fayose is just what Fayose wants. What Fayose wants is an obedient contest against Tinubu.
So
any obedient that believes what Fayose said is because he likes Obi is deceiving himself. What Fayose wants is an obedient ticket against Tinubu because that's a surefire way for Tinubu to even be done before 11 a.m. He won. So I think really now what I want an obedient candidate in 2027. The reality for me also when I look at that candidacy is I think if Obi stands up against Tinubu and is the only other person on the ballot, it'll be a walkover for Tinubu. That's the way I see it.
It will be pretty black and blue.
It'll be a walkover for Tinubu. That's the way I see it. I couldn't see past that reality. And that's because of what I've been listening to across the country lately. Like I really try to I don't care about who wins. It doesn't matter to me in a way. Okay.
I care.
Because I care. I'm not saying I don't care. I'm not indifferent. But for me, I actually want Obi to be president because I want to see. There's really he'll only be there for 4 years. No matter how bad he is,
he needs to go and wait for his time. I don't want you to be a president. I'm not going to get that part.
Really, no. I want us to get this obedient thing out of our system. I want us to get out of our system. That's the way I want to be president.
No, number one, the man that is there right now, there's some policy that is rolling out that it needs to be root-footed in the system. Now, if you take him out at this point, then we go back to where we're coming from. Let me bring back to the stage. You understand? So he needs to finish what he started.
But Kenny, would you not rather us get this whole obedient for this euphoria, get it out of our system?
I love that.
Get it done and done with. You know, because for me, they will not stop. They will not stop this idea. They will not stop this idea that they will turn Obi into the greatest thing that never was.
Yeah,
although we know, although we.
No, that's okay. If somebody waited for 30 years, he has his own time. Let him wait. Let him continue building.
He doesn't have 30 years. The man is 6 years old already.
No, yes, let him continue building. Yeah, he's still young. They say he's the youngest. He's the youngest among them. He's still young.
He's not the youngest. Adewale Adebayo is younger than him.
No, they don't say Adewale Adebayo as anybody. They still be as the youngest.
No, but to be frank, I think I'd like Adebayo to actually go and contest somewhere, maybe legislative.
That guy is not serious. That guy is not serious.
I'd like to see what he can do also, maybe at an executive level as a state governor. I think
if Adebayo contests as a senator, they will beat him blue black in his own state.
No, I think he has some pull in his federal constituency.
Let him try.
I think he has some pull.
Let him try it.
I really would like the likes of Adebayo, Sowore in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, because I think really where we really need a disturbance to the norm is the Senate, because the Senate, you can see them, they are set in their ways. It's a kind of like they're like dinosaurs in a way. A lot of them are old. There's a particular young guy from I think it's Bayelsa or Ebonyi. He's a very, very young, I think it's Ebonyi, actually, Ebonyi. He's a young guy from Ebonyi. I think he was a former minister, commissioner for finance. Very tall, either Bayelsa, I can't remember. I think it's about the youngest. Most of the other guys, they are very old. The House of Reps has a lot of young guys there, but they are very fresh. But all of them also are opportunists. I think the likes of Showore, people that believe, the legislative should ideally have a much more socialist tinge to it.
I swear, I don't get it back.
And those guys need to be there to disrupt things.
Joe, who's taking Joe down? I keep picking him up. Keep going down. What's going on?
Maybe he has network issues as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I was having audio issues for some reasons. I don't know why.
Okay, you're up now.
Yeah, I was having audio issues. Okay, see, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. I know you guys are afraid of Obi coming. Just get used to it.
No, I'm not afraid of Obi because I don't have a political position. Kenny is partisan. I'm not really as partisan as Kenny, so I'm not afraid of Obi.
Amaruyi is afraid. They're all afraid. They know what Fayose is saying.
No,
see. When you look at how we've grown over the years, practically, I can tell you for sure that the only opposition we have today in Nigeria are the obedience. Tell me, who else? Who else? The only people speaking for Nigerians, the larger part of Nigerians today, that will stick out their neck for the country are obedience. And you can say,
that's a prosperous statement. You shouldn't make such statements.
No, but I don't want to speak.
No. Such a statement should not be made by anybody that is decent.
Who is the opposition? Tell me now.
I'm sorry to say that statement. You shouldn't. Even everybody on this platform is a Nigerian, and you are no more Nigerian than anyone else.
Who is the opposition?
Wait, Jewel, please let me land. Jewel, 2026. I'm trying to be as decent as I can. Okay, don't bring me back to my old ways.
Bring out your color. No wahala.
Don't bring that. No, please.
You see, the 2026 is mass.
There's no reason. Wait, Ross. There's no reason for you to demonize other Nigerians because of your political position. Now, because you love Nigeria and you believe that this is the way you should show your love for the country and your dedication to your motherland, it does not mean that because of my political position that I love the country any less. Now, that is what I'm trying to put to you.
No, but
because the problem a lot of people like Comrade is not a Baptist and is not an Ecuadorian, and neither am I really. Okay, well the problem someone like Comrade has with you, because Comrade is someone that's spoken on this platform several times, and I think I understand Comrade's social political change. The problem he has with a lot of the obedient rhetoric is the notion that you believe that you are right, and you believe in the absolute position that you are right, that others are absolutely wrong, and only your position is a legitimate position.
No. Like them are wrong.
No. See, I understand politics. The whole idea of politics is to secure power, to advance your social political ideology. I understand that. Absolutely. Okay, I don't dream, I'm not in la la land. But I think while you are doing that, I think to be decent is to not appropriate to yourself the idea that you are absolutely correct, that only you are correct, and everybody is inherently wrong. I think that's a dangerous position.
We never say so.
That's a dangerous moral position.
We know thank you for that. For making the man there right now ought not to be the president because he has a drug past. The man Tinubu ought not to be. I mean, we don't know where he studied his primary and secondary school. We don't know where that man is from.
No, can you stop
we
that?
Know his, we know his antecedents.
All those things
antecedents in Chicago. We saw everything that happened with his education qualification. So we are saying that such a man should not be leading Nigeria, the most populous black nation. Such a man should not be in power.
let me just
That is
chip
the
in one thing here.
point.
Sometimes when I talk, I'm not against Obi. I like a formidable opposition. You know, I know the importance of opposition. But when you talk, if you don't tell them Obi is the president, you know, I'm not against Obi being the president. You know, if marginalization is the turn of the Southeast, I share those sentiments too.
It has
But
nothing to do with Southeast. We are talking about Nigeria. Forget about Southeast.
Joel,
Forget
let me
about Southeast.
land my point.
It's not
One thing
about
in politics,
Southeast. We are
one
talking
thing you
about
guys,
good governance.
one
That
thing
will
you
impact the
guys,
lives of the people.
one thing you guys are not giving me. You're
We
not
are
showing me the
seeing
roadmap.
that
You're
we are
showing me
not
the
doing well in
strategy.
Nigeria, and you're telling me that we are
That
doing
thing.
well.
All I hear is
Donkey
emotion.
on my leg according rain.
In politics, strategy we eat emotion for breakfast. You need more strategy. You don't show me the pathway or how you hope to get there. Either be or not. Does not win election for you. It will not make him the
Don't worry.
candidate.
If when
You
we
should be
get to
more
the turn of the
concerned about how
north,
do we
we're
get there.
also going
I'm
to
not
have
hearing it
our
from
own
anywhere.
candidate from the north. It could be you.
You
Right?
talking to a nation.
It
You
could be
talk.
you. It
Aisha
could
was
be
telling them.
anybody.
Aisha was telling them either Obi or not. Obi is the only reason why we are here. You are insulting other people. You are making them look like without Obi, you going to somebody's house. You telling the landlord he should go to the boys' quarter for you.
No, we are not.
That
We
if you
didn't go
don't
to
go to the boys'
somebody's
quarter,
house.
you will get him from his house.
It was a coalition. It's a coalition.
Oh,
That's the
I hear
thing.
you.
It's a
I
coalition.
hear you. What
And in a
was the deal of
coalition,
this?
you either
Who is the chairman? Who
adapt
is the
to it or
secretary?
you say no.
Do
And
you know
if
the
we
importance of chairman
are
of
not getting what we want, we
Do you
have the right
understand
to
the
say
chairman of
no.
Do you understand the position of the chairman of a political party? Do you
Forget
understand
your
the
chairman.
chairmanship?
What is it?
Do you
What
understand
is
the
it?
position of a secretary of a political party?
What is it?
Do you understand the position? The importance
We are
of
telling you, you are the same
who is
person
he
that
in the
talked
ADC
about. You are
at
the
the
same person
moment?
that talked about Buhari and the North. So what is your problem with Obi? Obi is the brightest star in ADC
I have no
from
problem
the
with
South.
Obi. I have no problem with Obi.
No, you do
I have
have
no
problem
problem with
with
Obi.
Obi.
I
You do
have
have
a
problem with
no
Obi.
problem with you
Cut it down.
people.
Cut it down.
Even when
Forget it.
Obi is making a mistake, you guys are. He has a lot
We
of
knew that. What would you do?
psychopaths
We
praising
thought
him,
against it. But
even
what's
when
the
he's going the
option?
wrong way. And Obi
What is the
needs more people
option?
that appreciate that he's dealing with a lot that can
Obi has
calculate
a
him.
problem with of people that of the emperor's new clothes. You know, the
They
emperor
see
is
him as
absolutely
somebody that can
stark.
run music, like a man that
Is
is
stark
valuable.
naked. Yeah, the
And
man
he's
is
a
stark
sensible
naked
human
in the
being.
market,
Whatever
and his
the next
followers are
came
telling
again,
him that
he knows what
yeah,
he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
the
He knows
emperor's
what
new
he's doing.
clothes. Really,
Obi can
that's
never
really
make
that's
mistake.
what the
They
situation
just
is.
cannot make manage their family. They are talking to Obi. And who is this Obi? He has made a lot of blunders, more than any other person in the political scene in Nigeria. You still say nobody knows
Then
more
leave
than
him
Obi.
now. Leave him now. If he does not do well,
Oh,
then
leave
you
him.
continue with what you
Look
have
at the way he
now.
mismanaged
Is that
the
not good
freedom
for
movement
you?
for nothing.
Obi is an idol to Joel. Is his idol. So you need to worship him.
If Obi does not do well, then you continue with Tinubu now. What
He
is the
said
problem?
Obi that push drug.
You are the
Push
one that
drug.
says so. You are the one that
That
you
says
want to
somebody
control
the
nobody.
If
drug this
Obi
thing.
does not,
That's
if
what you are
Obi
working
is not,
towards. I have
let
to
me tell
started.
you,
What's the
I have
pathway?
told you,
What is
if
the hope of
Obi is
Obi
not the
in
candidate of
ADC? You're not
ADC,
showing me, you're not giving me
I
the
don't
answer.
care. If
You're
Obi is
telling
the
me
candidate, is not the candidate of
Tinubu should
ADC,
continue. And you answer me
I
very well.
will leave the party. It is not a question of, I'm telling you, and if Obi does not contest in their primaries and Obi decides to go to Christmas party, I will follow him to the Christmas party.
So Joel, are you an active?
I don't have a
Are you
problem
an
in
active
the
member of
problem that
ADC?
you're here
Obi cannot run
rooting
two
for a
primaries in one
druggie
electoral
who
cycle.
ought not
It's
to
not
be in
possible.
power, a druggie who ought not to be in power, who we knew sold heroin, who the court documents are there and made his way to the presidency of
Electoral
Nigeria,
calendars
and
are
you
time
are here
bound.
supporting him
It's not
over
possible for me
someone
to
that had
move
a
from
squeaky
APC
clean
primary
record.
into another primary
It's
within an electoral
impossible.
cycle.
Is
It's
something wrong with the
impossible.
black man?
So Joel, are you
You cannot
a
run
registered?
two primaries in one electoral cycle. It's not possible.
Hold on.
So Joel, are you a registered member of ADC?
No, I push him to the backstage.
Don't.
No. Wait, no. He cannot continue saying somebody push drug. You do push. He push this. He's a president. He's a president. We need to respect. I'm not going to allow that. You understand?
Kenny, you know that he go talk saying okay because he did partisan.
No, it's not about partisan. This is our president. You can say.
I know.
If you say of the things at this level, you keep saying somebody push.
Kenny, I just am 2026 ní mi tẹ̀lé báyọ̀ kọ̀kọ̀ ọjà.
Yeah.
I just said that's wọn lára. Just leave him.
You continue because Obi is now somebody now. He's not president. You must continue malign as if you push the drug come to your family's house.
That was why he lost everybody, every vital people around him. It started with Okonkwo. Okonkwo left, they were blaming Okonkwo. Kenneth Ozigbo left, they were blaming Kenneth Ozigbo. Most recently, his vice just left him. You blame everybody around Obi except Obi himself. Can't you ask yourself a question of why? What is wrong? You know, when they singing of these verses, oh, they are your best angels from heaven. They are from heaven. As soon as they have every reason to complain about Obi's strategy, they have nothing personal against him.
Yeah, the next thing they go to.
As soon as they see something wrong with the way he's going into political oblivion, uses his hand to dig his political grave. You start castigating them instead of asking the real questions of why every vital, every important personality around Obi is abandoning him. You guys don't get the message.
Look,
and you see your politicians. All I see everywhere is a bunch of sentiment that will lead you nowhere.
Omori, don't let him get to your skin. Joy of Nansari, you see, there's one thing that made me disappointed in him today. He said something that let me know that guy, he can never say the truth in his life. You know why? We are talking about the eyes. All of us, we watched the video of that lady, how the woman packed, how the lady allowed the first car to go, right? Then when those eyes people came to meet him, the footballist, straight away, the dama was going with anger. Then the lady was running away. The other policeman tried to jump in front of him. He was going. See, the policeman was not, his life was not, it's not threatening. Then you shoot somebody in the head. Governor said they were right to shoot him in the head. That's when I supported him.
If that has happened in Nigeria, they will condemn that thing from A to Z. They will condemn it. But when it's done by their own Messiah from America, they are bullies that's coming to help them in Nigeria. They see nothing wrong with it. I don't understand how people play politics. You can't be fair for once. You can't say things the way they are for once. You can't be objective for once just because you want to score some cheap political points.
I don't get it back.
Kenny, I get with you, but Kenny, you have to let Joel back. Let him come and defend his position.
If you request, I'll let him back. I'll put him back. Let me put him back on stage. He's back now. Joel. Hello, Joel. I think he's having issue with his.
He's having issues with his net.
If you have somebody that complains about every other person around you.
Wait. Let's say whether Mike is okay.
The Abados have been attacking me. I've been attacking my internet services, my audio services, and it's okay. It's part of the politics. I mean, yeah, that's what Tinubu does. He's trying to shut people down. But I'm not going to be shut down. I went out and came back because I am more than rejuvenated than the last time. That he must leave that office. He has to go. Tinubu has to go. He's not doing.
So wait, Joel, are you going to kick him out at the ballot, or are you suggesting something more?
We're going to kick him out at the ballot, and if they decide to rig the election, we're going to be on the street.
Who are the we, Joel? You see, that's the problem. I've been listening to people.
Nigerians.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. But don't appropriate that you have the pulse of the country. The entirety of the country.
If it is a rigged election, the people will see it.
But there's 92 million. There's 92 million registered voters at the last count.
Hold on. The last time we checked, the election was rigged. This time around, it's not going to happen. If Tinubu wants to win, Tinubu should win fair and square. Secondly, Obi did not rig any election. And this is the thing. If peradventure we did not rig any election in Lagos State, we whooped your ass, and even after you collected many votes from us, we still whooped your ass in Lagos State. Forget that nonsense you're talking about. Forget. We whooped your ass in Abuja. We beat you in Abuja very, very well. So forget it. My point is this. If you must win in Nigeria in this next election, you must work for the people. It's not negotiable. You must hold on, and we have seen it that his work is not good enough. It's not good enough. We have a president who has been outside of the country for the past 20 days. for the past 20 days into the new year, gallivanting from one country to the other. Go and look at how many years that man has been outside of the country. Over 100 and something days.
He's even performing that hobby.
Over 100 and something days outside of the country.
What are you saying?
And we say that's the president? No. Tinubu must leave.
He must
leave.
Okay,
Heaven will not fall.
Go and take him out.
If he decides to rig the election, like most of you are talking about, we are going to be on the street. And for those of you who want to
I Joel, in the name of God, Joel, in the name of God, promote me for that. I don't count me in that. I don't remember ever telling you that I support election manipulation. So I don't know why you are saying most of it.
No. Most of you are talking about.
You have to correct yourself. I will not allow you to. Joel, I would not allow you to. Omori did not say that. Omori did not say that. Joel, you have to be decent in 2026. You have to be decent in 2026. I will not allow you to besmirch. Hey, Joel, I will not allow you to besmirch my character by making such a statement. I will not allow you to besmirch my character. You sabi me, Joel. You know me where. You know me where. Do not besmirch my character. I did not. At no stage.
What happens?
Why should anybody? Why should anybody do so? I don't expect anybody to manipulate the election.
If they do,
we have the courts.
If they do, nothing will happen.
Oh, okay. No, we have the courts. We go to courts.
So you had him, right?
You go to courts.
I don't get it, but you had him. He said nothing will happen, right?
Yes,
that's not we're going to be on the we're going to start it.
You guys will cry. You will cry.
This is one thing I don't. Joel, can you just listen to me for 1 minute? See, I understand what you are saying. I understand your position. Can you also, I ask you, what do you hope to do differently? What measure do you have in place to checkmate rigging? And the kind of rigging you are expecting, it's not like the one that happened the last time. What do you have this time around is institutional rigging. And there's something I want a new way. I want what you have in stock. I want your counter. Measure. I want the option you have. It's not just emotion. In politics, I repeat, the worst strategy we eat the best emotion and sentiment for breakfast. It's not about emotion, sentiment.
Hold on, please.
You asked me a question, right?
Hold on. Aro, when all of us were here, when Mr. Femi was making submission, he said something that really synced to my head, right? Comrade and George Nasser, I want you to listen to this. That guy, he said, as of today, APC control 29 governor, number one. Out of 7 and something local government that we have, APC control almost 5 or 600.
No, over 600. He said over 600.
Over 600, right? Nothing that no. Out of the council that we have, APC control more than 90% of them. Yeah, I will say politics is local. All those people, yeah, APC control.
Yeah, the legislators as well. Over 300 of 360 legislators they control.
Exactly.
And they control the vast majority of the senatorial district.
Well. Now, all those people, they have people that work for them. They go back to their bases. They go back to the local government. Local government chairman will say, listen, you see what I've done for you? I've done borehole, I've done this, I've done that, I've done the street lights. They will campaign. What is Obi going to use to campaign?
I wish it was that easy. It's not that easy. What you have in APC are empty heads. All you have is empty
Joel, are you aware that APC are registering? They are doing national registration at the moment.
No, don't worry. Leave them.
The soul of many Nigerians resides in Obi. The head is what you guys took. You did not take the soul. So on that day, we shall respond.
From the councillor,
and if you rig, we will start it. And for some of you afraid of Trump, if we start it and Trump wants to end it, better. But you see this one,
you guys
if people want to win fair and square.
Trump will not do
win fair and square.
If you think Trump is going to come
don't rig the election, rig fair and square. That problem, go and rig.
That's
the only thing.
Why do you expect that the only way that the APC can win is rigging?
Because they don't vote for the people. They know that's the only way they can win the election. That is the reason why they are calling.
Kenny, can I
That's why
come
they
in?
are.
So I find it very odd that you're appropriating the absolute will of the Nigerian people to
No,
yourself.
let me tell you. Go
I
and
don't
listen to
know.
Tambawa and his. Go and listen to the last interview Tambawa granted, where the governors of the states, hold on, the governors of the states are moving because of some of the agreement they had when they had Supreme Court cases, and most of those governors are moving in. That is coercion.
Joel, can I say something? Can I ask something to what you just said?
But I want to tell you,
real quick. 1 minute.
Obi won 12 states in the last election, and they had governors. Obi had no governor. We will do it next time and even bigger. I'm just saying this: if you are going to beat us, beat us fair and square. But if you think you're going to go through the back door like you did in 2023, it cannot happen. Because we must have to address the issue of how we elect our leaders in Nigeria. It is sacrosanct. It is paramount.
Can I ask something? Can I ask something to what you just said? Let me ask something to what you just said. Like I said earlier, I understand the importance of a formidable opposition. One party system is not even good for anybody. It's not good for the incumbent too, because it's going to boomerang. I understand the implication of having a one party system. But the question you guys are sharing away from, don't you think it's a contradiction? You just said just now that if Obi does not get the ticket in ADC, you and your fellow obedient will quit, and Tinubu will continue. Don't you think that is a contradiction?
No, because
just suppose by what you are saying right now. If you say from the word go, from the onset, either Obi or nothing, don't you think that the opposition is not serious? You are contradicting yourself. They said instead of another person, apart from Obi, Tinubu should continue. Does that not sound self-defeatist to you in your political calculation?
It doesn't.
Does it not stand as a contradiction? As a big controversy to your later position that if you rig election, if it's not Obi and if he loses the primaries, so Tinubu should continue. So there will be no ringing. You have already ringed yourself out by your calculation, by your statement.
Yes.
So it's an easy ride for it's going to be an easy ride for Tinubu. And I conclude by saying you all are working for Tinubu. You just submitted and you accepted that fact.
Yes, I am working for Tinubu. If Obi does not get a ticket, I'm working for Tinubu. Does that make you feel better?
So where would the fight come from? Where did it coming from? When you have already yourself today, you already reading yourself by saying either will be an ADC or not or nobody. So you've read yourself out of the system already, even before the start of the election. It comes to the ballot.
The turn of the South. Can you get that straight? It is the turn of the South.
It's not as easy as you think. It's not written anywhere. I give you example of what they did in 2023.
It didn't work for PDP, and it must stand.
Stop it, Mr. Joel.
Yes.
Let me give you another scenario. Yeah, forget about the local government chairman. See, another thing that is going to work for Ashwaju, which is organic. Yeah, those students, that are collecting student loans.
Let's forget that.
Hold on. Let me finish. Yeah, those students, they know that this man, if it's in place, their school fees will be paid until they finish their study for 4 years or 5 years. They will tell their parents, if one person, they have 5 people in their family, 5 children with the mom, that's 7 people in one family. Okay? So those one that are because the parents, the government is happy to pay school fees, that would pay somebody that was actually struggling to send his kid to school last year. You now have the point that if this man is in place for this person is doing 4 years course, and government will pay for that 4 years, do you think he will go and vote for opposition that will stop his
because they can get better. They can get better deal. Nigerian students can get better deal. They can get better deal. Hold on. They can get better deal with better power supply. They can have better roads. I mean, that you're paying the school fee doesn't mean. I mean, it's a loan that you're going to pay back. So don't make it look like you're doing them a favor. You're not doing them a favor. You're not doing them a favor. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I'm a student. Okay. Now government is paying my school fee. They're paying my school fees. I'm doing accounting. It's going to last me for 4 years, and I know that if this man is in place for 4 years, my parents doesn't need to worry about the school fees and tickets. And you now say, okay, you want to call me, and you want to give me something that's better than that. Tell me now, what is better that going to replace what you is doing for me?
Oh yes, I mean, they still get more money to go to school, right? And when they leave school, they have their parents are not living in penury. The economy, the inflation is not at what it is
That's
today.
no.
The road. Hold
No, you
on,
see,
because it goes beyond that. Hold on, it goes.
no. I'm not. Hold on, Joel. That's not my question, and that's not the argument. Let's be factual. We are talking of education. Okay, we are talking about education. I'm a student. I'm using myself as an example. I'm getting student loan fund from government. Yeah, from year 1, year 2, year 3 to year 4, 4 years. Government will pay me, and they give me 30,000 naira monthly for stipends. And you say, okay, you want to come and take control of that government, want to be my president, right? And you're going to stop that money, that the student loan that I'm getting. You're going to give me something better. Tell me what is better, which offer that is better in education.
Who told you they were going to stop student loan? Obi has even advocated. It's a lie. It's a lie. He already said. I mean, who was talking about student loan in the campaign?
So
Obi already said that we allocated 5 billion. A part of 5 billion to for student loan.
So what
Obi wanted to increase it to about 20 to 30 billion.
What tell you that's why you will not double. You will not double that 5 billion.
He will not do it. He will not do it.
Someone started a program. You see, you already a failure. It's already failed.
He will not do it. He will not do it.
For you. I will not believe in you. I'll believe in someone
the issue is look, let me tell you something. I mean, when it comes to education, we know what Obi did in Nigeria, in Anambra when he was governor, and we knew what education was, and we know what we are still looking from education in Anambra till date. In Anambra State. So he values it.
For them.
So he's paying lip service to education today.
I don't get it back.
I do with you.
Do you see the analogy I just made now?
I do, yes. Yeah, that's why I said, earlier I said something about, for me, what I want Obi to do is to articulate his policy.
Exactly,
okay?
That's what you will say.
And even if you say, okay, if he wants, I mean, because I think the politicians promise, even with Tinubu, he had the 80-page manifesto, or whatever he did. Yes, as if fulfilled some of the manifesto, yes. Are there other things that I think is lacking behind it? Yes. Okay, does he see his manifesto as an 8-year manifesto? Possibly. Okay, but for Obi, he's the one coming to challenge the incumbent. Exactly. He has to articulate very concisely, and okay, word for word, okay, what his beliefs are is when it comes to policy positions on almost everything that this government has done. And none of all this stuff is where's the president, all that nonsense he does on TikTok and what on X. No, we are talking about proper articulation. Now, this is where the big boys play. All right. So he needs to come to the table properly. None of this is nonsense stuff that is always whinging like a little child. No, he needs to come to the table and talk very concisely. What are his policy positions? What are the things that this administration has done? Where is he going to take it as opposed to this administration? Is he going to reintroduce fuel subsidy?
Let him be the candidate before he starts asking you the question now.
Hold on, Joe, please hold on.
Now, Abi.
Hold on.
Well, Joel, you have already made it very clear, and his supporters have made it very clear that's Obi or nothing. So if the idea is that it's Obi or nothing, I think it's not a bad idea for him to start articulating his policy positions.
All right, thank you, please. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, please. Prince Daddy, omit your mic. Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, Miney. I'm not sure what the topic is. I just got in.
Okay.
So I'll listen to you guys a little bit. I mean, I heard Peter Obi and whatnot, but let me listen for a little bit more.
All right. Okay. John, actually continue.
Okay. So,
Prince Daddy, we are talking about the Epstein files and Bill Clinton. That's what we are talking about.
Prince Daddy, you see, we are winning. We are always winning. Congratulations as a fellow MAGA. We are doing great things, and I hope we keep doing more for the American people. No, I was talking to Prince Daddy just to try to
Joel, can we be objective for once? That thing you supported today, you really surprised me. If that thing was done by Nigerian immigration, I mean, you want heaven to fall because it was done by your bully. Because you are a MAGA, you didn't say anything wrong with what they did to that lady. Man, you guys are terrible human beings.
We have really seen that the party of
where's your conscience? Where's your objectivity?
The party of violence and destruction is the left. Is the left, right? Is the Democratic Party, and it's not even close. They are violent. They are dangerous. They are empty. They are cult-like. I can't just like describe them. But I just hope God helps them in future, because there is no future in what they're doing. I just wish I could explain it. We are all conservative in Nigeria, and I know that most of you here, if you have kids, you want your boy to come back home with a wife, and if your daughter should come back home with a husband. And when we start, trying to mix it and trying to make it look so nice, and make it acceptable that we can have safe sex and all that, then I wonder, what are you supporting? Now you can say anything you want to say about Trump, but that guy thinks about America first. I don't want to delve into